Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
And good morning to you, and thanks for getting up early with us this Friday, June 16th. I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's go ahead and get right over to your forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. So there's been a lot of storms in the west, but we're all clear here.
For now, but we are going to see the potential for some storms later this afternoon, Taylor, especially midday today. Some showers rolling in as well as some thunderstorms. So we definitely have to keep our eyes on the skies and make sure that we are weather aware on your Friday. Right now, very calm conditions here as we are looking out over the inner harbor at this time. Our temperatures are not too bad. You can see on our HD radar, even some of you in the areas just south of Annapolis over toward Easton and Cambridge on the eastern shore, picking up a couple of rumbles of thunder. You can see those lightning strikes right there, and a little bit more action is to the west of us at this time. 50s and 60s in terms of your temperatures as you wake up with us early on your Friday. And a mild Friday morning leading to some showers and storms by midday, but overall a dry weekend ahead. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, let's go ahead and check your traffic now to the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. You've got some live cameras right now here in Towson. Nobody's out. Get out there while you can. Happening today, the NAACP is kicking off the second day of a conference on educational outcomes in Maryland. The civil rights group is calling on public education and leaders to improve what they call the critical status of African American students, saying the current education of black kids statewide is dreadful. Yesterday, the group kicking off the first day of that conference with local and state educators. They're aimed at finding solutions to what the NAACP calls an intolerable situation in the states. Now, the group invited representatives from every single school district to the conference. Just 7 of the state's 25 school districts sent representatives. Now, newly appointed Baltimore County Superintendent Dr. Miriam Yarborough was the only superintendent to attend. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Shannon Lilly's going to join us live with a preview of today's conference. Now, the concerns raised by the NAACP have also captured the attention of civil rights attorney Ben Crump. He recently spoke with political commentator Armstrong Williams about the failures within the education system.
First, you got to make sure people understand the problem, because they got to see it as a problem before they start to try to solve the problem. But if they put their head in the ground and say, there's no problem here, then we will never, ever get to solving the problem. That's the first step. Let's admit that we have a problem with the education system in America and how it's leaving a lot of children outside of the American dream.
Attorney Ben Crump is currently part of a lawsuit against Baltimore City Schools that was filed by city residents Giovanni and Shawanda Patterson. The Pattersons claim the city is misusing tax dollars because students in the public school system are not getting the education they deserve. Developing this morning, Governor Wes Moore announcing his Safe Summer Initiative, which he says is a new approach to address the violence in the state, including here in Baltimore City. The governor says that the new initiative is built on 3 core pillars: providing resources and support that law enforcement needs, building stronger and more vibrant communities, and coordinating across all aspects of government. Now, this plan is also set to address the root causes of crime. Fox 45 News pressed more on this plan.
What do you say to those who say your public safety plan may be a little soft on crime?
I'd say the more Miller approach to public safety is an all-of-the-above approach when it comes to addressing public safety. It means dealing with the immediacy and the challenge that communities are facing right now. It means making sure we have measurements of accountability for those who violate the law and know that you are not going to violate the law with no accountability. What it's saying is we're both going to focus on addressing the crime that we're dealing with right now, making sure there's real accountabilities for those who violate the law, but then also making sure that we're creating pathways so people aren't violating the law in the first place.
Now, the governor says increasing funding to law enforcement is also a part of this plan. There's already $122 million in funding with this program, with just over $17 million coming to Baltimore City alone. A Gonzales poll out this week found an overwhelming majority of Marylanders believe getting caught with a stolen firearm should be a felony. Almost 90%, as you can see. Now, currently, it is not in Maryland. Support for this spread across all demographics and party lines. Fox 45 pressed the governor on this as well.
Why not support anti-crime laws like felony charges for
those with stolen guns?
I want to be clear. Our administration has been very aggressive when it comes to addressing public safety, where we said public safety is our #1 priority. But let's be clear. When you're talking about sentencing adjustment, that means the crime has already happened. We've also got to focus on making sure the crimes aren't happening in the first place. We've got to focus on getting these illegal guns out of our communities and out of our streets, and not just focusing on how are we sentencing them when a crime has been committed with them.
Now, that brings us to our question of the day. Is Governor Moore the right person to tackle the state's crime crisis? So far, 96% of those who responded say no. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote. Governor Moore is also announcing that he's reintroducing the Red Line Transit Plan, a massive project to connect the East and West corridor through Baltimore, with the cost so far not being revealed. Now, the Red Line was a consistent campaign promise as Moore ran for governor. He calls it a cornerstone of his plan to leave no one behind, providing easier urban access for Baltimore's surrounding communities.
This city has hundreds of thousands of jobs, but people cannot access them easily. They understood that we have some of the best colleges and hospitals, museums and theaters in the world, and they're all difficult to get to. They understood that our economy is stable but not dynamic, and that our GDP has been falling behind cities like Washington and Philadelphia and Boston for years.
Now, Moore's hoping to get this project up and running by this fall. His announcement comes 8 years after former Governor Larry Hogan killed the light rail project in 2015, which was at the time slated for just under $3 billion. The federal government had committed to covering almost $1 billion of that cost. Still ahead on the early edition, a new type of health procedure that could help with your overall vision. What you need to know about eyelid surgery. Plus, we're tracking our next weather maker. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is breaking down the timeline. Stick with us. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
All right, welcome back. 4:39 is your time right now. We're tracking our next weather maker. All quiet right now, but I want to show you what's going on here with our radar, and you can see this on the big screen here. I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer and put this thing into motion. You can see some of these showers that are just to the south of Annapolis, kind of right south of the Bay Bridge and over toward Easton. That's tracking over toward Talbot County. Couple of rumbles of thunder. You're seeing some of those lightning strikes right there. Nothing in Baltimore City right now, but when we pull out even further, you can see more of those showers developing from the west, and that's what we're going to be looking at here, the potential next weather maker and the potential weather alert day. So not in weather alert mode right now, but we'll let you know if we need to shift into that, and we'll break down what we can expect for the rest of the weekend as well, coming up in a few.
This weekend, an interview on public safety. Public commentator Armstrong Williams sits down with City State Attorney Ivan Bates, whose request for a $500,000 funding boost was denied. They discussed his stance on bail, his new citation docket, and they'll be discussing holding criminals accountable.
What we're saying to individuals that have illegal handguns that perpetrate violence, that door we're focused on is the door to hold you accountable. Now, we still believe in the wraparound services. We still believe in the reentry programs. That's very important to help you change your life. But if you have an illegal handgun in Baltimore City, we're looking to hold you accountable. And accountability, we said, looks like the former jail. I ran on that when I talked to the citizens of Baltimore City. They voted for change, and the change that I have talked about is illegal gun ownership in Baltimore City. We're looking to hold you accountable.
All right, don't miss Armstrong's interview with Ivan Bates, from fighting crime to keeping communities safe. And you also don't want to miss that Your Voice, Your Future town hall happening this Sunday at 5 o'clock here on Fox 45. It also airs at Saturday at 4 on the CW Baltimore, and then again Sunday at 7 on MyTV. You can watch it anytime on foxbaltimore.com.
Do you have some droopy eyelids that are interfering with vision? I'm Liz Bonus. A simple surgery can help you see a whole lot better and maybe look a little better, too. It is just ahead.
Plus, all eyes are on the White House as we look ahead to the 2024 presidential election. The new candidate throwing his name in the race. And here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Dee Dee Gatton, and this morning on the National Desk, your hard-earned tax dollars wasted. It's our waste of the week, giving focus to out-of-control government spending. That's this morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
And you can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore's weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. But you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. In your health headlines this morning, if your eyelids are interfering with your vision or you just want to look a little less tired, a 30-minute procedure could get you home the same day. You might want to give that a try. Medical expert Liz Bonus explain how it works.
Hey there, everybody. If you look at this photo, you can see that as eyelids droop, it could make you lift your brows to try and see better. Or doctors say it can also interfere with our light reflex, where you can't actually see the light bouncing off the inside of the cornea. For that reason, Dr. John Mendelson of Ohio's Advanced Cosmetic Surgery and Laser Center tells us that an eyelid lift may be recommended for medical purposes. But he says be careful that you choose a good surgeon, no matter what your reason for getting this surgery. Many people will have these surgeries at an eye doctor's office come back, he says, for a second procedure to try and improve appearance.
They see that they look better now, but they want to look even more refreshed.
Now, the surgery only takes about 30 minutes. Here's how it's performed.
There's an incision here where we remove the redundant skin, some of the extra skin from her eyelid, on both sides, of course. This wasn't for a medical reason, but needless to say, there are patients who come in whose worlds look brighter. Sometimes they're actually getting more light back to their retina following these procedures as well.
Here's a few before and after photos from his model Heather there. The procedure lasts about 15 to 20 years. Now, if it's for medical purposes, it is covered in most cases by medical insurance plans. If not, you can pay out of pocket about $4,000 to $6,000 for this procedure. It's been extremely popular, however, to see better, as in this case, and more of us seeing ourselves on Zoom now, also turning to this procedure. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at what we can expect here today. You talked about storms, possibly.
Yeah, showers mainly, and then a couple of thunderstorms we have to watch for, too, especially as we get later into the afternoon. So we're monitoring for a weather alert day for today. Right now, everything is nice and calm out over the Inner Harbor, albeit a little mild with some of those clouds that are hanging around at this time. And we're going to see a little bit more moisture. You'll feel that, too, especially as you make your way outside. So here's a look at your right now temperature, 62 at BWI. No wind to speak of, but that humidity at 72%. Let's see what's going on with some of our showers, and even some of you seeing some thunderstorms, especially on the eastern shore toward Talbot County and over toward Dorchester County, Easton and Cambridge getting in on some of those showers right now. And you can see a few of those lightning strikes as well. Nothing in Baltimore City or down through the 95 corridor up into the county, but you can see what's just to the west of us through Pittsburgh and Morgantown. So that's where more showers and thunderstorms are developing, and we'll be tracking that next weather maker rolling in. In fact, let's track it right now. This is our hourly future scan. Notice those areas here where we are seeing the red arrows. That's that southerly wind that's coming in. So our temperatures are going to warm up. And then as we get to about noon, 1 o'clock, that's when a better chance of some of those showers are going to start to make their way through. Probably about 1 p.m. is when we'll see that line of storms roll through Westminster, Cockeysville, Baltimore City, Columbia, and then that's pushing out toward the eastern shore. Even the 3 and 4 o'clock hour, a few more of those showers and thunderstorms developing. As we head to the later part of the afternoon and into Friday evening, we'll get more of a northwesterly flow back behind that. Most of that activity is pretty much all done at that point. But with some of those thunderstorms, the Storm Prediction Center does have the area under a marginal risk, and even for the eastern shore under a slight risk, which is 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. The biggest threats we're going to be facing are going to be damaging wind gusts and some possible hail with some of these thunderstorms. Not a widespread threat. That's why we're not in a weather alert day today, but monitoring for that possible weather alert day. Mid to upper 60s here in your Rise and Shine cast. Next couple of hours, sun coming up about an hour from right now. Upper 70s and lower 80s is where we're going to end up for your high temperatures for today. And those numbers staying in the lower 80s here for Philly and Baltimore, down through D.C. on the 95 corridor. Now, we're going to heat up this weekend. In fact, we're going to be close to 90 on Sunday and into Monday for Juneteenth next week. And then those numbers will drop down a little bit toward the first day of summer, which is actually next week. So here's a look at our future scan. A couple of areas of low pressure here, along with that cold front. That's going to be passing through the area as we head toward the afternoon. Tomorrow, we'll see those conditions a lot drier and actually more of a northwesterly wind, especially in the morning time. But looking good for Sunday and Monday. In fact, we're going to stay dry. No precip that we're tracking as we get later into the first part of next week. Let's show you that 7-day forecast right now. Here's a look at your numbers. 80s as we take you into the weekend. Father's Day is going to start warming up, close to 90 for Dad on Sunday. Juneteenth Monday also in the upper 80s. And then notice those numbers come back down. But we do stay dry. That first day of summer, guys, is actually going to be a little bit cooler with highs only in the lower 80s. Taylor?
All right. Well, let's go ahead and check your traffic. The Len Stoller Traffic Network live right now over Towson. Just a few folks out. No issues to report. Well, mass transit, let's check in with Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning to you, Mark.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 505 operating with a 15 to 20-minute delay, allowed time for travel in that instance. Out there on Light Rail Link, of course, still working with a service disruption between Timonium and Hunt Valley. That's due to construction maintenance. Shuttle buses remain in place, bridging the gap there and providing service on Light Rail Link. Certainly allowed time for travel there. If your ride is on Metro Subway Link, a good start, no delays in either direction of that service. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, thank you, Mark. Well, how about making your summer even sweeter with a trip to Hershey Park? Fox 45 Morning News is going to help you get your sweet tooth on with a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. Today, we're going to be giving tickets away to the amusement park, but you got to wait for your cue to call in. Just keep watching for your chance to win that 4-pack of tickets to Hershey Park worth over $300. You heard it, Mom. Okay, now if you win those tickets or you're going to other summer adventures, we want to see them. You can send your pictures and your videos through Chime In on our website, foxbaltimore.com, or go ahead and use that Fox 45 mobile app.
Will the practice of using race as a factor in college admissions be outlawed by the Supreme Court? I'm Christine Frizzell with what upcoming decisions could mean.
And still ahead on the early edition, the second day of a conference on the education of the state's black and brown students in Maryland. What we can expect to play out. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Turning now to your election 2024 coverage, we're taking you live to Miami, where Mayor Francis Suarez is officially running for president. The Florida Republican made his formal announcement at the Reagan Library in California just yesterday. Suarez joins an already crowded primary field, which includes fellow Floridian Donald Trump and Governor Ron DeSantis. But unlike his rivals, he's pitching himself as a moderate choice among GOP candidates.
Freedom, as we know, is never free. It needs to be renewed and re-won by every generation. And to meet this challenge, we need a strong leader who shares America's values, who understands that unity is more powerful than division.
Suarez's late entry into the race could affect his chances of qualifying for the first GOP primary debate, which is scheduled for August 23rd in Milwaukee. Now, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is calling out Gavin Newsom, challenging the California governor's run for president.
Stop pussyfooting around. Are you going to throw your hat in the ring and challenge Joe? Are you going to get in and do it, or are you just going to sit on the sidelines and chirp?
Now, his remarks come in response to a comment Newsom made on Fox News Monday, in which Newsom agreed to the hypothetical debate with DeSantis. Now, in that same interview, Newsom reiterated his support for Biden's re-election and shot down speculation of him jumping into the 2024 race. The Supreme Court hands a major win to tribal nations in keeping families together. In a 7-2 ruling, the court reserved the Indian Child Welfare Act. This law gives preference to Native American families when it comes to adopting Native children in foster care. The challenge was brought by a group of non-Native families, and they argue the law is discriminatory on the basis of race and forces the state to carry out federal mandates. The law was enacted nearly 50 years ago to reverse efforts to separate Native children from their families to be raised outside of their tribal cultures. Now, with 4 weeks left, the Supreme Court has yet to issue opinions in 27 cases. They include a challenge to affirmative action, the Voting Rights Act, and LGBTQ rights. And it's all eyes right now on the High Court as we await rulings on a pair of cases that could totally upend the U.S. affirmative action in the country. A decision could come as soon as today. National correspondent Christine Frizzau breaks down the legal arguments.
On college campuses, a looming cloud of uncertainty about whether the way many admissions processes are carried out will be allowed to stand. It will hinge on decisions in 2 cases before the Supreme Court. Students for Fair Admissions v. North Carolina, and a similar case in which the same group is suing Harvard, outlining key arguments in this video.
We could fill our classes with the very smartest, best performers, but we choose not to.
I think the fact that I'm Asian American plays a pretty big factor into why I was rejected.
The conservative group Students for Fair Admissions arguing a student's race and ethnicity should neither harm nor help gain admission to a competitive school. Some legal experts hopeful of what they call a colorblind admissions process in the future.
They can't admit infinite numbers of people to their class. There's a finite number of people in there. If you are admitting someone else, giving them a plus because of their race, you're giving someone else a minus because of their race.
Harvard defending its decision to use race in a limited way to, quote, advance its compelling interest in diversity, arguing it cannot assemble a diverse student body without considering race due to persistent inequality and educational opportunity, whereby students in certain racial minorities were not able to compete based on historic and economic circumstances.
Institutions recognized back in the 70s and continue to recognize today that diversity on campus improves the educational quality.
Similar challenges to affirmative action in previous cases before the Supreme Court, including most recently in 2016, have been unsuccessful. But there's a difference now. The 6-3 conservative majority, members of which seemed skeptical that race should be allowed to remain as a factor. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzau.
Well, we're tracking those showers and possible thunderstorms as we head toward the afternoon today. We're going to break down what we can expect with your full Weather Authority forecast coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Coming up on 5 o'clock on this Friday morning, June 16th, I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers and a look at our forecast.
The blue crew is here.
I know.
Wow.
And then we've got Taylor and Shannon. It's the sunny skies.
Oh, that's good. I like that. All right. Well, we have that for part of the day, but showers and thunderstorms. The next weather maker, you can hear that animation right there, guys. Our downtown Baltimore camp tracking the potential for a weather alert day. Now, let me show you what's going on with our radar picture. This is our HD radar on the big screen. You can see some of those showers and even some thunderstorms for you right there on the eastern shore. This is just south of the Bay Bridge over toward Kent Island, as well as toward Easton and Talbot County, out to Denton as well. When you pull back a little bit further, you can actually see more of those showers developing in western Maryland at this time, but there's quite a bit of lightning there for Pittsburgh back through Wheeling, PA as well. So we'll be tracking the potential for storms. This is from the Storm Prediction Center. And notice the areas here in yellow. That's a slight risk for severe weather. That's 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. That includes parts of Cecil County, also Kent County, Queen Anne's, Talbot, and Caroline County, even southern Anne Arundel County under that slight risk, while the rest of us under a marginal risk. So obviously keeping our eyes on that potential for storms. It's mainly going to be showers, but again, some of those thunderstorms could develop as we get later into the morning and midday. Most of the morning is going to be dry. We have not seen much in the way of issues, just a chance for a few showers, but it's later this morning into the midday when we'll see the best chance for those thunderstorms rolling through. Another look at that forecast in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. We have your Len Stoller traffic network here. We've got our Towson cam pulled up here this morning. We've got light volume out there. Perfect time to get up and head out.
We're in a lot of trouble. And it's leadership, lack of leadership. But we can do better.
Happening today, the NAACP kicking off the second day of a conference on education outcomes in Maryland.
Well, the civil rights group is calling on public school leaders to improve what it calls the critical status of African-American students, saying the current education of black children statewide is dreadful.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with a preview of this. Shannon.
Well, like you said, Megan, this is the second and final day of the NAACP's 2-day conference. And the focus today will likely be on trying to find those solutions, because the NAACP has said that is their goal in this conference. And if they don't find solutions by the end of today, they may have to take other action if necessary. And remember, all of this frustration is stemming from the hundreds of students who are underperforming but still being awarded a degree without the basic skills. And that's what this conference is all about. But look at this. In Maryland, the 2 lowest performing school districts are Baltimore City and Prince George's County. Those are 2 districts with the highest number of African-American students as well. So in Linthicum Heights, Maryland's NAACP is bringing state and local educators together for this conference. It's the first of its kind, and yesterday marked day 1. The NAACP inviting representatives from every school district in the state to come to the table in search of these solutions, but just 7 of the state's 25 school districts sent representatives yesterday. The state superintendent was not there. In fact, of the state's 24 superintendents, only 1 showed up, and that's the new superintendent over Baltimore County.
I think some solutions have to do with increased hiring and also the curriculum and instruction that we put in front of our students. I'm excited to go to the rest of the sessions and find out what else they have to offer.
And of course, we will be monitoring the rest of the session and how it turns out today. We'll also be monitoring who shows up. It may be hard to find solutions when not a lot of the state's school leaders are even there. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. The civil rights group cites a number of issues in local public schools, many exposed by Project Baltimore. In fact, earlier this year, they found 23 schools. You can see them listed out here, where 0 students among them tested are proficient in math. Project Baltimore's Chris Papp spoke on that.
That is an alarming stat. There's another 20 schools in Baltimore City with 1 or 2 students who tested proficient in math. And the NAACP has said in their statement that the school-to-prison pipeline, this is something that we've been talking about for decades in America and in the media. We're in 2023, and because of stats like we just talked about, they're saying the school-to-prison pipeline is still here. We're still talking about it. We got to end it.
Well, Project Baltimore has also found that overall graduation rates are dropping. Baltimore City hit a 9-year low in the percentage of students graduating high school in 4 years. Project Baltimore reviewed the 4-year graduation rates from 2022, and they found 10 high schools where fewer than half the students graduated in that period. Baltimore City Schools was forced to return hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars last year after an internal report showed inflated enrollment at Augusta Fell Savage High School. That report came months after Project Baltimore first broke the story about ghost students and grade changing in the school. And the most recent data from the state shows 58% of city students are considered chronically absent.
Well, the concerns raised by the NAACP have also captured the attention of civil rights attorney Ben Crump. He recently spoke with political commentator Armstrong Williams about failures within the education system.
First, you got to make sure people understand the problem, because they got to see it as a problem before they start to try to solve the problem. But if they put their head in the ground and say, there's no problem here, then we will never, ever get to solving the problem. That's the first step. Let's admit that we have a problem with the education system in America and how it's leaving a lot of children outside of the American dream.
Well, Attorney Crump is currently part of a lawsuit against Baltimore City Public Schools that was filed by city residents Shivani and Shonda Patterson. Patterson's claim the city is misusing tax dollars because students in public school system are not getting the education they deserve.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe Sonia Santelises needs to be replaced for city schools to improve? So far, 98% say yes. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote, tap on the Pulse tab to weigh in.
This morning, we are following wicked weather out west.
Several tornadoes wreaking havoc in North Texas last night. Taylor Stewart in our live center with what we're seeing now. Taylor.
I mean, that's right. There were more than 220 severe reports overnight. Take a look at the aftermath in northern Texas in Perrytown. It was a swath of destruction throughout the city as those tornadoes hit down. This morning, this is what they're waking up to. At least 3 people were killed, 2 still missing, dozens more injured. Downtown took a direct hit along with a mobile park.
Tornado is just 100 yards or so right there.
And then this, it was forecasted as an EF0 tornado, but escalated to a level 3, catching many residents off guard as tornadoes plowed through homes and hit the city's downtown area.
It looked like people were just having to self-rescue themselves. People were climbing out of rubble. There was the fire nearby. It was just a really, really horrible scene.
Now, according to officials at a local hospital, they've treated 50 to 100 patients with injuries ranging from cuts and bruises to collapsed lungs and broken bones. We're also working to get an update on the aftermath of a tornado that touched down in Oklahoma and one near Detroit. That's the latest here at the Live Center.
I'm data-driven, and this approach is backed by data.
Still ahead on the early edition, Governor Wes Moore announcing his Safe Summer initiative, the 3 core pillars the plan is built on.
Plus, a decision is not made why Baltimore County Public Schools are waiting to vote on county redistricting.
We're tracking some showers, even a couple of thunderstorms for you on the eastern shore, moving right toward Easton as we speak. We'll be taking a look at what we can expect later today for the entire area and your weekend ahead. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition. 5:11 is your time right now as we are tracking the next weather maker, and that's going to bring some showers here. We're already seeing some showers and even some thunderstorms early on your Friday morning. You can see right here on our HD radar most of the activities in western Maryland, but the eastern shore has seen a few of those lightning strikes moving through eastern and up toward the Delaware and Maryland line off toward the east. Now, temperatures are mainly in the 50s and 60s, so kind of mild conditions here this morning, especially with some of that cloud cover around. If you want to get a run or a jog in next few hours, you're good to go. The rain is going to be more midday today and into the early afternoon. That's when some more of that active weather will be rolling through. We'll take a closer look at that hour by hour for you coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Making headlines this morning, we are getting multiple reports that the son of Baltimore Ravens legend Ray Lewis has died.
Now, 28-year-old Ray Lewis III played college football at Miami, Coastal Carolina, and Virginia Union. His brother reportedly posted the news to Instagram. As of this morning, there is no cause of death.
Still ahead on the early edition, a new warning from the state health department. What we're learning about a zombie drug.
Plus, Baltimore residents threatening legal action against BGE. Why some argue new development will destroy historic properties. 5:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
But at the end of the day, if we have to haul them into court to make them do the right thing, we will do it.
Developing this morning, 8 community associations in Baltimore City are threatening legal action against BGE. It's over a fleet of new gas meters being installed across Fells Point, Pigtown, Mount Vernon, and other parts of the city. The group says BGE sent letters threatening to cut off gas service if homeowners don't agree to the construction. The group says the external meters are unnecessary when similar meters already exist inside of homes. Dhruv Vignaraja is representing the group.
And so if they have an infrastructure investment, even if it's not necessary, even if it'll destroy historic properties, even if it's unsafe, even if it's being put in place over the objection of residents in countless neighborhoods, they want to do it anyway because they get to add a surcharge to your bills.
In a lengthy statement from BGE, the company says it cannot comment on pending or threatened legal action, but says it is modernizing its gas infrastructure to enhance both safety and reliability for customers. Earlier this year, the city of Baltimore entered into a controversial agreement with BGE. The agreement gives the company broad control over the city's conduit system. The deal was pushed through by Mayor Brandon Scott despite opposition from other elected leaders. In May, city voters approved an amendment to maintain control of the conduit system.
For the first time this year, the Baltimore City Council used its new powers to move money during the budget process. Leaders deciding to cut $1 million out of the budget proposal for DPW. Council decided to put that money toward making upgrades to facilities for DPW workers. Fox 45 News spoke with Councilman Yichi Slafer on the move.
Morale is a very important thing and a big problem at the Bureau of Solid Waste. And so when the workers see that their government is working for them and the city council is prioritizing them, I think that they're going to look at this and say, you know, that it's a new day in Baltimore City and it's going to attract more people to come work at DPW.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Baltimore County schools announcing they are deferring a vote on redistricting middle schools.
Now, after months of studies, surveys, public comments, and maps drawn, decisions not being made that could affect 30,000 students and their families in at least 10 schools. Delegates Kathy Schlager and Ryan Naraki issuing a joint statement sharing their frustration. Schlager writing, families, quote, deserve better. The Northeast school opens in fall of 2024. Fox 45 News will be following the redistricting process closely as the school system undergoes a change in leadership.
5:17, and it's time to get a check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here talking about this morning's all right. It's this afternoon.
Yeah, well, some folks this morning already seen and hearing some thunderstorms in the eastern shore. That's what we're looking at here. I'll show that radar in just a moment. A lot of cloud cover that's out there. That's keeping our temperatures kind of more mild here as you step outside. Most of us are waking up in the 60s. You can see those numbers on the right side of your screen. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, yeah, lots of cloud cover out there. These are some of those showers and even thunderstorms. You can see a few lightning strikes right there. Easton for you in Talbot County. This is just south of the Bay Bridge. It just crossed into southern Anne Arundel County and now across the bay all the way out toward Denton there in Caroline County and just north of Cambridge and Dorchester County. So this is where we're seeing at least some of the action right now. Nothing in Baltimore City or County. In fact, the 95 corridor is dry, but you go back a little bit further and you actually see more of that action. And look at all of those lightning strikes right there. Now, we're not getting any reports or any warnings at this time, so that's good. But south of Pittsburgh back into Morgantown is where we're seeing that next line of showers and thunderstorms developing. The Storm Prediction Center has taken notice, and we've got a marginal risk for severe weather. This is a 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. Pretty much most of the entire area along the 95 corridor. Then you get to the eastern shore and counties there for you. You can see that slight risk, which is 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. That's going to continue here for parts of Kent County, all of Queen Anne's, Talbot, and Caroline County, and southern Anne Arundel County also included in that slight risk. That means we have that potential for some damaging wind gusts and some hail from some of these thunderstorms. So a potential weather alert day for sure today as we keep our eyes on this. We're looking at the models that keep coming in. This is the latest update on our hourly future scan. We call this the HRRR, the High Resolution Rapid Refresh. So we'll look at that here. This is 10 o'clock this morning. We're dry. Even through about noon, looks to be mainly dry, but right about 1 o'clock this afternoon is when some of those storms develop, and at least some of those showers will start to move in. We get some daytime heating. That's going to help to initiate some of these thunderstorms. Looking to be about 3 p.m. when we'll have the best chance of the heaviest rainfall and that potential for some of those damaging wind gusts as well. That all moves out of here by about 7 o'clock this evening, so it's going to be short-lived, sort of what we saw earlier this week. But overall, the thunderstorm threat is a little higher today. Not necessarily a tornado threat. We can never rule them out. However, it is mainly going to be damaging wind gusts. That will be the best chance to see those is going to be later this afternoon for some of those gusts. So overall, next couple of hours as you rise and shine with us, 60s and even the lower 70s, so a little bit more on the milder side for your Friday morning. Here's that 7-day forecast. We got a lot of holidays on here. Father's Day is coming up on Sunday, Juneteenth on Monday. The first day of summer is next Wednesday. And if you notice the temperatures, we're talking upper 80s for Sunday and Monday, but lower 80s for that first day of summer next week. Meg?
Looks pretty good. Justin, thank you. Let's take a look at our Lens Solar traffic network. See how things, oh, wow, look at this. We've got our traffic map up. We are almost entirely in the green out there this morning. Looking pretty good out there. No major issues to report. Let's get a check now on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Happy Friday, Mark.
Happy Friday, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 505 canceled this morning due to prior mechanical issues. Passengers will be accommodated by MARC Train 511, which will originate from Aberdeen Station this morning. Out there on Light Rail Link, of course, working with a service disruption in both directions between Timonium and Hunt Valley. That's due to ongoing maintenance. A shuttle bus bridge is in place, bridging the gap there, providing service. Certainly allow time for travel on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link on time, off to a good start between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Still ahead this morning, a trial set today in the murder of a city firefighter. What investigators are saying about the link between the suspect and the victim.
The governor is unveiling his new plan to combat crime this summer. Just ahead, why he's criticizing the previous administration. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Here's a look at stories trending across the state.
Anne Arundel County Police investigating after a 23-month-old toddler was hit and killed by a car. Police say it happened around 5:30 Wednesday night near the Laurel Park racetrack. Officers say a 37-year-old woman stopped her car in a parking lot, and apparently she was just speaking with a passenger who had just got out. She told police nobody saw that little boy step in front of her car. He was hit when she started to move the car again. No word on any charges.
Well, today, the murder trial of a man accused of killing a Baltimore City volunteer firefighter back in 2017 is set to resume. 31-year-old John Hickey was found dead inside his home in the Upper Fells Point neighborhood. Days later, Daniel Green was arrested and charged with his murder. Investigators say the link between the two men was a woman named Jennifer McKay. She is the suspect's ex-girlfriend. Hickey's mother spoke with Fox 45 News outside the courtroom.
This is like reliving everything over again. And I'm just glad we have this done now so I can get back with my life again. I don't know, I miss him so much. And he was the best person I've ever had.
Clinging tightly to his high school ring.
I carry him with me everywhere I go.
Green was offered a plea deal but declined.
State Health Department is warning residents about the widespread threat of being exposed to tranq. That's a substance being mixed with other illicit drugs. Some people calling it the zombie drug because of the effect it can have on its users. The drug's real name is xylazine, and it's a sedative used in veterinary medicine that has not been approved for use in humans.
It's now being mixed with fentanyl. Fentanyl has a shorter high, per se, than heroin. And when we mix it with xylazine, it provides a longer high. Unfortunately, it is a central nervous system depressant. It slows breathing and the heart rate and decreases blood pressure. So it's dangerous. And it's here, it's very real, and we're figuring out how to deal with it right now.
Well, tranq is not an opioid, which means the overdose drug Narcan will not help those who are overdosing on it. Health officials also note it can be difficult to tell what drug is causing an overdose. Narcan should always be administered whenever someone believes they see someone overdosing. A tranq overdose also requires mouth-to-mouth CPR.
Still ahead this morning, our Weather Authority team tracking a round of storms this afternoon, how it could impact your weekend. Time now 5:27. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Early Edition. It is Friday, June 16th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. Friday, and it looks like we're going to get some more rain today. When and how much is the big question.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has the answers.
Yeah, glad we flew yesterday, Tom, over there up toward York, PA. Had a good time. And overall, we are taking a look at showers and some thunderstorms moving through by midday. So, pilots, you can probably get a flight in this morning. Just know that around midday is when some of those showers and storms are going to be affecting you. VCTS yes is what we like to say. Our Towson camera right now before the sun comes up, not too bad. A lot of cloud cover and even some showers and a couple of rumbles of thunder right over Easton right now. That's moving out toward Denton there for Talbot and Caroline counties. So just be aware of that Eastern Shore, viewers, if you're watching us this morning. Also to the west, we're seeing some showers move in toward Cumberland. So we're dry for most of the 95 corridor right now, but that will change as we get into the middle of the day. Our numbers will get into the lower 80s. It's going to be a little bit cooler in terms of with some of those showers and storms, but then actually will warm up after that system passes through. So overall, we'll take a closer look at that and what we can expect with our temperatures for the weekend coming up in a few.
And we're going to make the choice to act on public safety in a way that is robust, in a way that is strategic, in a way that moves with an urgency that the issue demands.
Developing this morning, Maryland Governor Wes Moore says the state is ready to deal with the crime this summer.
He is announcing his Safe Summer initiative, which he says is a new approach to addressing the violence in the state, including Baltimore City.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with a breakdown of the plan and questions for the governor. Shannon?
Well, of course, Tom and Megan, public safety is top of mind for many Marylanders. And so with this new Safe Summer initiative that the governor is announcing, he says his administration will use 3 approaches to address public safety in the state as well as here in our city. And we're going to list them right here on your screen. They include providing resources and support that law enforcement needs, building stronger and more vibrant communities, and coordinating across all aspects of government. Now, before outlining this plan, though, Moore was very critical of the prior administration, led by former Republican Governor Larry Hogan, saying the violence seen now was triggered mainly by many of that administration's policies.
Gone are the days when we strain partnerships between state government and local elected leaders. I'm data-driven, and this approach is backed by data.
Well, the governor's plan also wanting to address the root causes of crime, a somewhat holistic approach to public safety. So after his announcement there, our teams pressed Moore about his plan and whether he believes it's soft on crime, like some would argue. Listen to his response.
What it's saying is we're both going to focus on addressing the crime that we're dealing with right now, making sure there's real accountabilities for those who violate the law, but then also making sure that we're creating pathways so people aren't violating the law in the first place.
Now, the governor says increasing funding towards law enforcement is also a big part of this plan, with $122 million in funding already, and $17 million of that is going to Baltimore City Police alone. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Shannon, thank you. A Gonzales poll out this week found an overwhelming majority of Marylanders believe getting caught with a stolen firearm should be a felony. Almost 90%, in fact. Currently, it is not in Maryland. Support for this spread across all demographics and party lines. Fox 45 News pressed the governor on this as well.
Why not support anti-crime laws like felony charges for those with stolen guns?
Well, let me be clear. Our administration has been very aggressive when it comes to addressing public safety, where we said public safety is our #1 priority. But let's be clear, when you're talking about sentencing adjustment, that means the crime has already happened. We've also got to focus on making sure the crimes aren't happening in the first place. We've got to focus on getting these illegal guns out of our communities and out of our streets, and not just focusing on how are we sentencing them when a crime has been committed with them.
Well, following the Gonzales poll release, Maryland House Republicans issue a statement calling on Democrats to support their proposals on crime. Among them, a bill that would make stealing a handgun a felony. The others include the Violent Firearm Offender Act and the Repeat Violent Offenders Act. Those would have made the use of a gun during a violent crime a felony and increased fines or jail time for repeat firearm convictions.
The only bill targeting criminals this past legislative session made the maximum penalty for illegally possessing a firearm uniform. It raised the misdemeanor sentence up to 5 years for those over 21. The NRA is suing Maryland over Senate Bill 1. The Gun Safety Act of 2023 restricts where legal wear and carry permit holders can bring a gun. It is scheduled to take effect October 1st, but a similar law in New Jersey was blocked by the courts. That brings us to our question of the day. Is Governor Moore the right person to tackle the state's crime crisis? So far, looking at the results, 96% of those who have responded say no. You can make your voice heard by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Well, Governor Moore is also announcing he is reintroducing the Red Line Transit Plan. That's a massive project to connect the east-west corridor through Baltimore City, with the cost so far not being revealed. Red Line was a consistent campaign promise as Moore ran for governor. He calls it a cornerstone of his plan to leave no one behind, providing easier urban access for Baltimore's surrounding communities.
This city has hundreds of thousands of jobs, but people cannot access them easily. They understood that we have some of the best colleges and hospitals, museums and theaters in the world, and they're all difficult to get to. They understood that our economy is stable but not dynamic, and that our GDP has been falling behind cities like Washington and Philadelphia and Boston for years.
Moore is hoping to get the project up and running by this fall. His announcement comes 8 years after former Governor Larry Hogan killed the light rail project in 2015, which at the time was slated for just under $3 billion. The federal government had committed to covering almost $1 billion.
This morning, Russian officials are claiming Ukraine's counteroffensive is failing.
Taylor Stewart in our live center with the latest on the war in Ukraine. Taylor?
Well, that's right. That claim by Russian officials being counteracted by reports of steady gains by Ukraine, with soldiers reclaiming lands near the front lines. In fact, authorities there are calling its latest offensive attack against Russia a partial success. But the country needs more weapons. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky making that plea to the Swiss parliament on Thursday. Meanwhile, the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is in Belgium for a NATO securities meeting. He's advocating to send more artillery, more firepower to Ukraine, telling allies to dig deep for additional aid with continued support from the U.S.
Ukraine's fight is a marathon and not a sprint. So we will continue to provide Ukraine with the urgent capabilities that it needs to meet this moment, as well as what it needs to keep itself secure for the long term from Russian aggression. And make no mistake, we will stand with Ukraine for the long haul.
Now, the head of the UN Atomic Energy Agency just paid the Russian-controlled Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant a visit in Ukraine. Now, we'll have an update on that situation just ahead here at the Live Center.
We pay too much attention on the outcomes after the worst has happened.
Still ahead this morning, a big day ahead as the NAACP calls on school leadership for solutions. What we can expect to come out of the second conference.
We are tracking our next weather maker this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking down the timeline. You're watching Fox 45's early edition, all local, all morning.
Back, everybody. Tracking our next weather maker, we've already seen some showers here. You can see on the big screen over here toward Easton and over toward Denton as well. Some of those lightning strikes you're seeing, probably hearing those rumbles of thunder as you're up with us early on your Friday morning. If you want to get out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, well, what we're talking about is basically temperatures that are going to be more mild. So there's a look at your jogging cast, low to mid 60s. Get out before the rain rolls in through the middle of the day today. We'll track that coming up in our hour-by-hour future scan in a few.
Make this summer even sweeter with the trip up to Hershey Park. And Fox 45 Morning News wants to help you with that sweet tooth with a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets.
Today, we'll be giving away tickets to the amusement park, but you have to wait for your cue to call. Just keep watching Fox 45 Morning News for your chance to win the 4-pack of tickets to Hershey Park worth just over $300. Good luck. Still ahead this morning, NAACP calling on school leadership to address issues in public schools. Who did not show up on the first day of the conference?
Yet another Republican candidate adding his name to the ballot, plus where President Biden is expected to land with the first 2 traditional states in the Democratic primary. 5:42 now, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, nominated for 26 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other local news stations combined.
Happening today, who doesn't love sea turtles? Today marks the annual celebration of these shelled ocean explorers.
It's World Sea Turtle Day, and there are 7 species of sea turtles, and they are living dinosaurs. Reptiles have been around for more than 100 million years. Some of them can weigh up to 2,000 pounds. It's a ton of turtle, and dive nearly 4,000 feet deep. Most sea turtles are endangered. You can help by not throwing plastic and other debris into waterways. Also obey all lighting regulations where the sea turtles are nesting. That's right, red lights after 10. Artificial light can confuse hatchlings and draw them inland instead of to the ocean, which can cause them to dry out and die.
Well, trending this morning, sometimes we all need a little help to get back on our feet. Check out this little one. A North American river otter is in rehab. Oh, my goodness. Look at that face. At the Maryland Zoo in Baltimore. She was rescued from Elk Neck State Park in Cecil County, only about 40 days old at the time. Zoo experts say otters are very vulnerable without their mother, so the employees have to teach the otter how to hunt and what is safe to eat.
Major celebrations in Denver after the Nuggets won their first NBA championship in franchise history Monday night. Thousands of fans flocking to the streets to see their team and celebrate their accomplishments. It's the second year in a row Denver is celebrating a championship after Colorado Avalanche won the Stanley Cup last year. NBA Finals MVP, that is Nikola Jokic, says they couldn't have won the title without fan support and that pretty big guy, too.
This is amazing. This is that we're all gonna remember this our whole lives, and when we see you guys that came out on the streets, and actually this one is for you. We love you, Denver. This one is for you. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, earlier this week he said he wasn't looking forward to the parade. He wanted to go home and just spend time with his horses in Serbia. But it's safe to see that he had a change of heart right there. Ball being in there in Denver.
By the way, Golden Knights Championship Parade in Las Vegas.
When's that?
Tomorrow. Why are you guys are going? Why wouldn't you be happy for me?
We were happy the first day.
And the second day.
Okay, sorry.
We support you.
Going?
No, I wish I could go, but I'm just saying they're doing their championship parade. We never had a championship. We had the Aces actually, the WNBA. So we actually have had, and then the UNLV Running Rebels in 1990. So there you go. All right, well, fine. I won't talk about Vegas anymore. Our live cam in downtown Baltimore. A lot of cloud cover that's out there right now from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. We are tracking our next weather maker. Lower 60s right now at BWI. No wind to speak of. That humidity at 78%. And looking at our HD radar, we're seeing some of those showers that just moved through Easton out toward Denton right now. We did have a couple of rumbles of thunder as well. When you look a little further to the west, we're seeing a few more of those showers developing. Everything is calm around the 95 corridor for the Chesapeake at this time, but you can see what's coming in from the west. Over toward Morgantown, we're seeing a lot of those lightning strikes. No weather warnings that we're seeing at this time, but that could change as we get through the middle of the day. And you can see from the Storm Prediction Center, the areas in green and yellow under either a marginal or a slight risk. So pretty much the entire viewing area under either a 1 or a level 2 in terms of that threat for severe weather. It's mainly going to be damaging wind gusts that we're tracking later today and some hail, but you can see by 10 a.m. we're still dry on our hourly future scan about noon, 1 o'clock. That's when that first line of showers will roll through, and a better chance of some more of the moderate to heavy precipitation coming about 3, 4 o'clock into the afternoon. That's when we'll see some more of those storms. By about 7 o'clock tonight, most of those showers are exiting stage right, and we'll be done with the rain for the weekend. Overall, our next 12 hours, numbers into the lower 80s as we take you into the afternoon for today. Upper 70s and lower 80s is what we'll see across most of central Maryland, and those numbers keeping in the below average category for today. Mid 70s if you're heading down the ocean, and 76 in Cumberland for today. Now, our numbers are going to climb starting tomorrow and especially into Sunday and Monday, upper 80s as we take you into Father's Day weekend and the final weekend of spring as well. Here's our future scan. Couple of areas of low pressure. This first one here moving out and the second one back in behind that. That's why that atmosphere gets very active. You get a little bit of that uplift in that daytime heating helping to spawn some of those thunderstorms. But you can see back behind that we are dry and clear not only for tomorrow but into the weekend. Just 2 days until Father's Day, 3 days until Juneteenth, that's on Monday, and 5 days away from that summer solstice. So these are the last few days of spring. It'll feel more like summer on Sunday and Monday than it will on the first day of summer, with temperatures that will cool to the lower 80s by next week.
Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist, Graham. And he's cruising along on some of the Maryland roadways here, not having any issues to report at all this Friday morning. Now, I want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. You'll find 10 train 511 operating with a 15-minute delay. Allowed time for travel in that instance. Light rail link dealing with the service disruption between Timonium and Hunt Valley. That's due to ongoing maintenance, and shuttle buses remain in place providing service there through the end of the month as this construction maintenance continues on light rail link. Allowed time for travel. If your ride is on Metro Subway Link, good to go for the start. No delays between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Your data is collected every day, but how much of it should the government be able to access? I'm Atrel Nashar with what a newly declassified report reveals about your privacy online.
Second day of a conference surrounding the state of Maryland's public schools. What we can expect to play out. Time now, it's 5:51, and you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Developing now, Chinese hackers are suspected to be behind a massive cyber attack breaching several public and private networks all around the world. According to cybersecurity firm Mandiant, the hacking group sent emails containing malicious file attachments to get access to devices. Hackers were buried so deeply into Barracuda networks that the company made an unusual request for customers to replace their devices rather than push for updates containing a patch. This comes as U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken visits Beijing to repair strained relations.
Recently, declassified government report is shedding light on how the intelligence community obtains and then uses Americans' data.
Plus, how loosely regulated those practices are. National correspondent Atra El-Nashar reports on the legal loopholes affecting your privacy.
A new frontier of digital data collection raising serious ethical questions within the U.S. government. Commercially available information, things like location tracking, purchase history, web browsing, is collected by data brokers and available to the public for purchase. Because anyone can buy it, the government does not have strict rules for how it can use it too, as detailed in this advisory group report to the Office of the Director of National Intelligence in January of last year, just published this week. The report says without proper controls, CAI can be misused to cause substantial harm, embarrassment, and inconvenience to U.S. persons.
The military has purchased, for example, geolocation data gathered from Muslim prayer sites and dating apps in order to track users.
One question the report raises, at what point does the collection and use of this information, like constant location tracking, breach a person's Fourth Amendment right protecting them from unreasonable search and seizure?
If the government is trying to investigate you or investigate a crime, they generally have to go get a warrant and be put through the normal due process. But this ability to purchase data from data brokers is essentially a big workaround.
Bipartisan legislation has been introduced in Congress to block data brokers from selling data to the government without court oversight.
Being successful and ensuring that there's accountability aren't mutually exclusive.
The bills have been stalled for more than a year. The intelligence community argues it would be at a disadvantage to foreign adversaries if it can't access this data. For instance, the Department of Homeland Security has used it to identify foreign researchers studying in the U.S. who had previously unknown links to their home country's military.
The advisory group that wrote the report is calling on the intelligence community to start cataloging the data they buy, set new standards for how they acquire it, and better protect privacy. In Washington, I'm Atrell Nashar.
All right, Atra, thank you. We want to take you live to the White House this morning as another name is being added to the GOP ballot for the 2024 presidential election.
Yeah, Miami Mayor Francis Suarez makes it official at the Reagan Library in California just yesterday. Suarez joins an already crowded primary field, which includes fellow Floridians Donald Trump and Governor Ron DeSantis. But unlike his rivals, he's pitching himself as a moderate choice among GOP candidates.
Freedom, as we know, is never free. It needs to be renewed and re-won by every generation. And to meet this challenge, we need a strong leader who shares America's values, who understands that unity is more powerful than division.
Suarez's late entry into the race could affect his chances of qualifying for the first GOP primary debate, which is scheduled for August 23rd in Milwaukee.
5:57 now, and we want to take a look at what's already trending on the Democratic side.
Despite President Biden being a heavy favorite for the party nominee, he might lose to the first two traditional states in the Democratic primary.
That's because Biden pushed New Hampshire and Iowa down the schedule as a more diverse South Carolina takes its first stop. Well, both states are hinting that Biden might not be on the ballots in both northern states. That sets up a scenario in which Robert F. Kennedy Jr. or Marianne Williamson claim those traditionally early states. Democratic National Committee is threatening to nix their delegates if the states stand pat.
Well, to keep up with the 2024 presidential election announcement, because there's a lot going on, as well as other breaking news, traffic conditions, school closings, weather anytime, just search WBFF in your app store.
The NAACP meeting once again for a conference about education here in the state. Just ahead, what they say is critically wrong inside our schools.
Public safety top of mind for Marylanders, especially when it comes to the summer months. Topping our next half hour, the governor's administration's approach.
And just ahead here at the Live Center, millions of Americans impacted by wicked weather in the Southwest. We'll give you a look at that destruction just ahead.
Our temperatures are mild this morning. We're tracking the potential for rain showers, even some storms right here at home. We'll break it down for you on Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
5:59 on this Friday morning, June 16th. Thank you for waking up with us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland, and some folks in the state already seeing a little rain this morning.
Yeah, and it looks like it could get worse by this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us with the timing it out.
Tracking the next weather maker, guys. Potential weather alert day here for today as we show you right now. The sun that is up through some of that cloud cover, but our mild conditions here this morning. And we're going to be heating up as we get to the middle of the day today. That's when some more of those storms could fire. Mainly for you on the eastern shore, Easton over to Denton Denton and parts of Talbot and Caroline County. Those showers, even a couple of thunderstorms right in Denton at this moment. So if you're traveling out toward the east, or if you live out there, you're probably hearing some rumbles of thunder. Just be aware of that. More of that rain is in western Maryland, over to Cumberland, even down through Morgantown, where we're getting a lot of lightning strikes there. Now, we do have that potential for severe weather. The green and the yellow indicating a marginal or a slight risk for pretty much the entire area. So that's a 1 in the green and 2 in the yellow on a scale of 1 to 5. That's why we have to keep our eyes open and keep our eyes to the skies. It's a weather alert potential day for today. Showers and storms for the afternoon, but we are dry for the rest of the weekend after we get through the showers and those storms today. Mr. Bo says we are good to go on your morning drive. No issues here this morning. It's later today that we'll take a look at those showers, and we'll kind of break it down for you hour by hour coming up in a few.
Well, taking a look now at Gillette Solar Traffic Network and the Key Bridge right here. You see traffic's moving along fine, and looking to the left on the map, all major highways around the Baltimore area in the green. Good news.
We're in a lot of trouble, and it's leadership, lack of leadership, but we can do better.
Happening today, the NAACP kicking off the second day of a conference on education outcomes in Maryland.
Civil rights group is calling on public school leaders to improve what it calls the critical status of African American students, saying the current education of black children statewide is dreadful.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with a preview. Shannon.
Well, like you guys mentioned, Megan and Tom, this is the second and final day of the NAACP's conference, and the focus today will likely be on trying to find solutions, because the NAACP has said that is the goal of this conference, and if solutions are not found by the end of the day, then they may have to take further action. Remember, the frustration is stemming around the hundreds of students who are underperforming but still being awarded a degree without the basic skills, and so that's what today is all about. But if you look right here on your screen, the two lowest performing school districts in this state are Baltimore City and Prince George's County. Those are two districts with the highest number of African American students as well. So in Linthicum Heights, Maryland's NAACP is bringing state and local educators together for this conference. It's the first of its kind, and yesterday marked day one. The NAACP inviting representatives from every school district in the state to come to the table in search of these solutions, but just 7 of the state's school districts sent representatives yesterday. The state superintendent was not there. In fact, of the state's 24 superintendents, only 1 showed up, and that's the new superintendent over Baltimore County. We spoke with her. Take a listen.
I think some solutions have to do with increased hiring and also the curriculum and instruction that we put in front of our students. I'm excited to go to the rest of the sessions and find out what else they have to offer.
So, of course, we will also be monitoring the rest of the session and what happens today. It'll be interesting to see who shows up and what solutions, if any, they come up with. It may be difficult to come up with solutions when many of the state's school leaders are not even there. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. The concerns raised by the NAACP have also captured the attention of civil rights attorney Ben Crump.
He recently spoke with political commentator Armstrong Williams about failures in the education system.
First, you got to make sure people understand the problem, because they got to see it as a problem before they start to try to solve the problem. But if they put their head in the ground and say, there's no problem here, then we will never, ever get to solving the problem. That's the first step. Let's admit that we have a problem with the education system in America and how it's leaving a lot of children outside of the American dream.
Attorney Crump is currently part of a lawsuit against Baltimore City Public Schools that was filed by city residents Giovanni and Shonda Patterson. Patterson's claim the city is misusing tax dollars because students in the public school system are not getting the education they deserve.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe Dr. Sonia Santelises needs to be replaced for city schools to improve? Looking at our reaction so far, 96% of those who have weighed in say no. You can go to foxbaltimore.com, tap on the Pulse tab to participate.
This morning, we're following wicked weather moving out west.
Several tornadoes wreaking havoc in North Texas last night. Taylor Stewart in our live center with what we're seeing this morning. Taylor.
That's right, guys. Look, severe weather whipped across the U.S. with more than 220 severe storm reports overnight, including 7 tornadoes in parts of Texas and Tennessee. Now, just look at the swath of destruction that happened in the northern Texas city of Perrytown. Now, this is what they're waking up to this morning. Tornadoes plowed through homes and demolished the city's downtown area. Dozens of people were injured. Take a listen.
Tornado is just 100 yards or so right there.
And then this. It was forecasted as an EF0 tornado, but it escalated to a level 3, catching many residents off guard.
It looked like people were just having to self-rescue themselves. People were climbing out of rubble. There was the fire nearby. It was just a really, really horrible scene.
This morning, authorities say at least 3 people were killed, with 2 still missing. According to officials at a local hospital, they've treated 50 to 100 patients with injuries ranging from cuts and bruises to collapsed lungs and broken bones. And now to Abbeville, Alabama, where you can see that dark cloud overhead and damage in the area. The National Weather Service has not confirmed whether a tornado touched down there, but the region was under a tornado warning at the time. Whether or not it was an actual twister, strong winds appear to have split trees and damaged buildings in that area. And much of the same in eastern Tennessee, where the National Weather Service is confirming an EF1 tornado touchdown in Cumberland County. The twister packing 95-mile-per-hour winds. Authorities say no one was hurt there, but the storm did knock out trees and power lines, pulled off roofs from homes and buildings, and caused other damage throughout the area. We're working to get an update on the aftermath of tornadoes in other areas, one reported in Oklahoma and another near Detroit. That's the latest here, though, at the Live Center. Back to you.
Thank you, Taylor. Just 6 months left into his 5-year contract. Michael Harrison steps down as Baltimore City Police Commissioner. How the passing of the torch is expected to play out as we take on the summer months.
And the red line making a comeback in Baltimore. Still to come, the promises Governor Wes Moore made on this during his campaign and what the plan is calling for.
We're tracking some showers that we've already seen this morning for the Eastern Shore. More rain and even thunderstorms on the way later today. We'll break it down in your full Weather Authority forecast.
Trending now, theme parks around the world are bouncing back after pandemic setbacks.
A good thing about the slowdown, and it gave companies a chance to come up with revenue boosters.
They're focusing on improving visitor experiences with app-based technology. An annual report shows it paid off, with revenues in 2022 surpassing the highs of 2019, even with attendance not fully restored. Many theme parks found ways to attract local visitors for special events like Halloween celebrations.
Speaking of theme parks, you can make this summer even sweeter with a trip to Hershey Park. Fox 45 Morning News will help you with your sweet tooth with the chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. Today is your last chance to win the amusement park tickets, so stay tuned for your cue to call. Just keep watching for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Hershey Park worth just over $300. Good luck.
Now, if you win those tickets, or maybe you're just going on some other summer adventures we'd love to see, you can send your pictures and videos through Chime In on our website, foxbaltimore.com, or use your Fox 45 mobile app.
Your Maryland ID now available at the touch of a button right on your phone or even your watch. Still to come this morning, how this might benefit your next travel experience.
And Donald Trump back on the campaign trail following his recent arraignment and indictment. Coming up, how the 37 charges play into his run for president. 6:11 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
The next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Former President Donald Trump back on the campaign trail after pleading not guilty to 37 federal felony counts, including mishandling classified documents. But take a look at this here. Despite news of his indictment, support for Trump among Republicans remains steady. This is according to a Quinnipiac University poll that just came out this week. This morning, we have political commentator Armstrong Williams joining us live to weigh in. Armstrong, good morning.
Good morning. Also, Megan, CBS News has said his support has soared since the indictment.
Are you surprised about this? Do Republicans care about the 37 charges, or do they just think that this isn't important?
Well, they realize this, Megan, is that while these allegations against Trump is probably true because he's been indicted by his lawyer,
Topping your consumer news, President Biden is cracking down on so-called junk fees.
That is the hidden cost charged to customers, especially in the ticketing and lodging industries.
The issues gained national attention in November when customers were hit with extremely high prices for Taylor Swift concert tickets. The president met with industry executives at the White House yesterday. He says they are committed to fully disclosing these extra costs to consumers.
Starting in September, Live Nation will automatically list all the prices up front for all tickets to events at more than 200 venues of its own, benefiting over 30 million customers. And will give customers the option of an all-in price for all other tickets sold on its platform.
Well, President Biden says this is just the first step toward addressing junk fees in various sectors of our economy.
Well, this morning we are tracking our next weather maker with our Weather Authority team.
Still to come, how your afternoon plans may be impacted due to possible high winds, even some hail.
The governor is unveiling his new plan to combat crime this summer, just ahead of why he's criticizing the previous administration.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Friday, June 16th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly how the weekend's shaping up.
We've got the man to do it, meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Tracking some showers and possibly some thunderstorms for today, and then drier and warmer conditions as we head into the weekend as we're tracking our next weather maker. This is a live look outside. We'll show you that. There it is. Right there, our Toyota Inner Harbor sky cam with that sun that is up with some clouds that are hanging around at this time. Really not seeing any rain at this moment. We did see some showers earlier on the eastern shore, but look at these numbers. Lower 70s in Annapolis down through North Beach, 59 in Laurel, 61 in Baltimore City, and mid-50s as you head out toward western Maryland. So a mild Friday morning, showers and storms for the afternoon, and then a drier weekend ahead. Out for a run or a jog next couple of hours. Get that run in before the rain rolls in by midday today. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
And we're going to make the choice to act on public safety in a way that is robust, in a way that is strategic, in a way that moves with an urgency that the issue demands.
Developing this morning, Maryland Governor Wes Moore says the state is ready to deal with crime this summer.
Now, he is announcing his Safe Summer Initiative, which he says is a new approach to addressing the violence in the state, including Baltimore City.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with a breakdown of the plan and questions for the governor. Shannon.
Well, of course, Megan and Tom, public safety is a top priority for people here in Maryland. And so with this new Safe Summer Initiative, the governor says he and his administration will take 3 different approaches to address public safety in the state as we head into the summer months. So we're going to pull up those approaches right here on your screen. They include providing resources and support that law enforcement needs, building stronger and more vibrant communities, and coordinating across all aspects of government. Now, before outlining this plan, though, Moore was very critical of the prior administration led by former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. Moore says the violence seen now was triggered mainly by many of that administration's policies.
Gone are the days when we strain partnerships between state government and local elected leaders. I'm data-driven, and this approach is backed by data.
Well, the governor's plan also wanting to address the root causes of crime. So a somewhat holistic approach to public safety. So after his announcement, our teams pressed Moore about this plan and whether he believes it's soft on crime, like some would argue. Listen to his response.
What it's saying is we're both going to focus on addressing the crime that we're dealing with right now, making sure there's real accountabilities for those who violate the law, but then also making sure that we're creating pathways so people aren't violating the law in the first place.
Now, the governor says increasing funds for law enforcement is also a big part of this plan, with $122 million in funding already and $17 million of that going to Baltimore City alone. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. A Gonzales poll out just this week found an overwhelming majority of Marylanders believe getting caught with a stolen firearm should be a felony, almost 90%. Currently, it is not in Maryland. Support for this spread across all demographics and party lines. Fox 45 pressed Governor Moore on this as well.
Why not support anti-crime laws like felony charges for those with stolen guns?
So let me be clear, our administration has been very aggressive when it comes to addressing public safety, where we said public safety is our #1 priority. But let's be clear, when you're talking about sentencing adjustment, that means the crime has already happened. We've also got to focus on making sure the crimes aren't happening in the first place. We've got to focus on getting these illegal guns out of our communities and out of our streets, and not just focusing on how are we sentencing them when a crime has been committed with them.
Now, following the Gonzales poll's release, Maryland House Republicans issuing a statement calling on Democrats to support their proposals on crime. Among them, a bill that would make stealing a handgun a felony. The others include the Violent Firearm Offender Act and the Repeat Violent Offenders Act. Now, those would have made the use of a gun during a violent crime a felony and increased fines or prison time for repeat firearm convictions.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Is Governor Moore the right person to tackle the state's crime crisis? So far, 96% of those who have responded say no. You can make your voice heard by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
We're following conflicting reports on the war in Ukraine. We'll have the latest on the ground for here from the Live Center just ahead.
This morning, we are starting off mild before our next weather maker rolls in. Silicon meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at the summer storms could be impacting your area today. 6:35. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Last week it was New York City. This week, St. Paul had the worst air quality in the country due to drifting smoke from massive Canadian wildfires. The city hit a code purple Wednesday evening, which is considered very unhealthy for everyone. Now to Massachusetts, where watching the rain brought a massive surprise along the Charles River.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
.38 is your time right now. Our next weather maker is what we're tracking right now. Calm conditions in Towson. The clouds are out there. The moisture, you can probably feel it a little bit more muggy as you make your way out on your Friday morning. So as you make your way out the door, go ahead and get those sunglasses for some of that sun that'll be with us today. But have the umbrella and the rain gear ready to go just in case, especially as we get into the middle part of the day today, and even some thunderstorms that could be strong to severe later as well. Here's our morning drive. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. No issues with the rain the next few hours. Numbers staying in the 60s and 70s. We're back with your full forecast, and we'll talk about what we can expect for your AFRAM weekend. That's coming up in a few.
Sounds great, Justin. Thank you. This morning, Russian officials are claiming Ukraine's counteroffensive is failing.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center now with the latest on the war in Ukraine. Taylor?
Well, that's right. That claim by Russian officials being counteracted with reports of steady gains with Ukrainian soldiers reclaiming lands near the front lines. Now, in fact, authorities there are calling its latest offensive attack against the Russian regime a partial success. But Ukraine needs more weapons. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky making that plea to Swiss parliament on Thursday. Meanwhile, the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is in Belgium for NATO security meeting. He's advocating to send more artillery and more firepower to Ukraine, telling allies to dig deep for additional aid while pledging continued support from the U.S.
Ukraine's fight is a marathon and not a sprint. So we will continue to provide Ukraine with the urgent capabilities that it needs to meet this moment, as well as what it needs to keep itself secure for the long term from Russian aggression. And make no mistake, we will stand with Ukraine for the long haul.
Now, the head of the UN Atomic Energy Agency visiting Zaporizhzhia, the nuclear plant in Ukraine. Now, keep in mind, this is the largest nuclear plant in Europe, and since Russia seized control last year, it's lost power 6 times, forcing the country into the dark. The head of the Atomic Energy Agency warning the situation there is serious as power outages, shelling, even kidnappings of Ukrainian plant operators continue, further escalating the risk of a meltdown. Now, he said that ensuring water for cooling was a top priority of his visit. We'll continue to follow the latest in Ukraine. That's the latest now from the Live Center. Tom.
Thank you, Taylor. Today continues the NAACP meeting, bringing attention to issues within the Maryland public school system. Topping our next half hour, what the civil rights group is calling for from public school leaders.
And Baltimore County says they are no longer redistricting middle schools this year. After the break, how this may all change when the fall of 2024 comes around. It is 6:41, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.43 and topping your morning rush. An investigation underway in Anne Arundel County after a child was fatally struck just before his 2nd birthday. Around 5:30 Wednesday night, right near Laurel Park Racetrack, officers say a woman was sitting in a parking lot speaking with a passenger who just left her car. Nobody saw the little boy step in front of the parked car, so when she began to move her car again, he was struck. Charges are unknown at this time.
In Baltimore County, the board is deferring a vote on redistricting middle schools. After months of studies, surveys, public comment, and maps being drawn, decisions that could affect 30,000 students in at least 10 schools are not being made. But in 2024, the Northeast School opens. We will follow the redistricting process closely as Baltimore County Schools undergoes a change of leadership.
6:44 and happening today, the NAACP is kicking off their 2nd day of a conference on education outcomes in Maryland. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning, and Shannon has what they are saying the needs to change in schools in order to make some progress. Shannon?
Well, they're saying, Tom, a lot needs to change. In fact, they are calling the current state of education for African American students in our state dreadful. And remember, a lot of this frustration is stemming from the hundreds of students who are underperforming, yet they are still being given degrees without the basic skills. That's happening in a lot of our schools statewide. And so the NAACP has put together this two-day conference where they've invited educators and school leaders from across the state to come out and try to come up with solutions. And they say if solutions are not found by the end of this two-day conference, then they might have to take further action. So stay with us, because in 15 minutes, I'll break down what happened in this conference yesterday and the first day of this conference, plus why it may be unlikely that they'll come up with solutions by the end of today. Now back to you.
Well, 6:45 is the time, and we need to find out exactly how bad the storms could be.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has been busy tracking these. How's it looking?
Yeah, right now it's not going to be widespread, guys, so we're not going into full weather alert mode. We're in potential weather alert because we could see some of those storms develop that could be strong to severe, especially east of 95 as we get later into the day. All of us are going to get at least some of that rain, those off and on showers. We're still dry right now with that sun that is poking through some of that cloud cover from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. Definitely feels kind of muggier out there, and you can kind of feel some of that moisture that is around. We did have some showers and a couple of thunderstorms in parts of the eastern shore. Now that has moved to the east, so all of us are dry here, at least in our viewing area, but go a little bit further to the west, and you can see those showers developing, even some moderate rain for Cumberland back into Garrett and Allegheny counties. And look at all that lightning that is along that line as well. So we're not tracking any severe weather threats in terms of warnings at this moment, but obviously keeping our eyes on that. A lot of action here. When you look at this HD radar, you got these two big L's, two areas of low pressure. We have an upper level low that is over the Great Lakes and another surface low that's right here around the Chesapeake. And with those two areas combined, get some of that daytime heating, you get some moisture with that uplift in the atmosphere. That's what's prompting some of those storms, especially right along that frontal boundary to the west. So that is why the Storm Prediction Center has most of the area under a marginal or a slight risk for severe weather. Notice the areas in yellow, southern Anne Arundel County and most of our eastern shore counties under that slight risk, which is 2 on a scale of 1 to 5, while the rest of us are under that marginal risk for those storms. Now, when you look at this hourly future scan, it doesn't look very active. This is about 10 o'clock this morning, starting to see some showers and some possible moderate to heavy rain for Frederick over into Westminster. Then that's moving into the noon hour, and you can see that this is the latest model run where those showers are starting to kind of dissipate a little bit. But 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon, it gets a little bit more active. You can see more of those showers moving in. So it's going to be more of a later afternoon into the evening event. But by about 6 and 7 o'clock tonight, most of that rain is done, and we may have a few leftover showers as we head later into the evening tonight. Upper 70s and lower 80s for the next 12 hours. As Daryl the Dragonfly says, we're good to go. But you can see our sprinkler cast. I'm still kind of right in between. I mean, if you want to water the lawns this morning, you can, but more rain is coming as we get into the afternoon and evening tonight. Upper 70s and lower 80s across the board for your high temperatures. If you want to get the car cleaned up, maybe hold off until tomorrow. Saturday and Sunday, we've got green lights. I borrowed my buddy Masood's car from Hampton Auto Repair and Tire Shop. You know my buddy over there on 41st Street. Make sure to say hi to him and all the guys over there. But I got to get his car cleaned before I return it. So we'll see what happens. Not today. Tomorrow is going to be the day for that, because you can see those showers that are moving through and pushing out of the area. This is great for Saturday. Any of your outdoor plans, including the big AFRAM Festival, both Saturday and Sunday at Druid Hill Park. We're looking good. Just a little bit warmer by Sunday afternoon. And checking some of those numbers for Father's Day. Look at that, almost 90 on Sunday and even into Juneteenth on Monday next week. But we see those numbers actually coming down a bit for the first day of summer, which is next Wednesday.
Well, from space to back here on Earth, we are taking a look at some top trending stories this morning. We have Mark Clark joining us live in studio. And Mark, you have some pretty exciting news about the first commercial flight to space. What's going on?
That's right. Starting this summer, space will be open for business. Virgin Galactic, started by Richard Branson, is launching its first commercial spaceflight venture this month, followed by its second one in August. On June 27th, crew and research members will go on a 3-day mission to conduct research on microgravity. Then in August, the first private astronaut trip will take flight, with monthly space flights expected to follow. About 800 people are already on the waiting list. It's about $450,000 to hop on board. And Justin is going, I heard. And back to Earth, the deal between Spotify and Arkwell, the company started by Prince Harry and Meghan, is coming to an end. The report says it didn't produce enough content to receive the full $20 million deal. It means Meghan Markle's Archetypes podcast will not return for a second season on Spotify, but the report says the content will continue on a different platform. So I guess grand opening, grand closing.
Anyone going to space? You guys interested?
I think if we gathered a lot, like everyone that works in this building, maybe to chip in, somebody might be able to go.
Maybe.
Any interest? Maybe. I really have no interest to go, but is this an escape plan?
That's what it feels like to me. I support the research part of it, though. I think that's awesome. I'm just gonna, well, stay here.
I'm saying it feels like a setup. Are the rich people leaving Earth? Tom, help me out here. You're rich.
I'm not a meteorologist. I don't make that money. I don't know.
Well, keep an eye on Justin. He has insight into this.
He did tend to go around the corner there. Well, we'll get this figured out.
He did not want to be on this chat either.
No, he didn't.
Mark, thank you. Interesting.
Well, a streaming giant is set to open a new pop-up restaurant. What delicious dishes are being brought to life for more than just the judges?
And still to come this morning, the last chance to win a pretty sweet summer treat. Stay tuned to see how you could win tickets to Hershey Park this summer.
One way that I do blast off every morning is with some caffeine.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's about as much as I could. $4.50 would be about as much as I could spend there, not $4.50K.
I like that. Let's take a coffee break.
A sudden announcement from the head of Baltimore's police department just 2 days after Commissioner Michael Harrison was questioned if he was accepting another job. He announces he's resigning immediately. Now his deputy commissioner, Richard Worley, takes over. Some speculating the timing is odd. Joining us now for this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner, current talk show host Ed Norris. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning.
Tuesday night, Harrison was questioned multiple times in a city council budget meeting. Less than 2 days before he announced he's stepping down, he denied going to another job, and he said he works at the pleasure of the mayor. That was it. And in fact, Councilman Costello said, I got to take a 5-minute recess. So obviously he knew something was coming or something is in the works, but he never said anything. Then Thursday, less than 2 days later, he says, I'm stepping down.
Yeah, I know. It was sudden, and I had gotten a call from a Washington news outlet asking if, about him. He said that the police were interested, et cetera, et cetera. I assume he's got something else working, but don't know quite why so abruptly.
Yeah, I mean, 4.5 years into a 5-year contract, if he was let go for any reason whatsoever during those 5 years, he was going to get his money paid out. I mean, that was part of the agreement before he even signed it under then Mayor Pugh. So we knew that going in. There was a lot of talk about it. But why not just wait? Some people are speculating that, Mayor Scott wanted him out because he wants to appoint his new one to help him with the mayoral run coming up in 2024.
I couldn't agree more. I think that's exactly what it was. I think Mayor Scott sees, that maybe a change is in order. They've had a decent reduction now. But what I'd like to point out is the reduction simultaneous with the appointment of Tony Barksdale, Deputy Mayor for Public Safety, who's been pushing these guys, trying to get them back to where they're supposed to be, doing police work, the CompStat method, pushing and taking crime seriously, because a lot of things that they're doing are unbelievable as far as running a police department. So I hope that, Barksdale gets a lot of authority from the mayor and Worley, listens, to and works with him.
Yeah.
Works for him, but I hope he'll listen to some of his suggestions.
You got Barksdale, and then you also have a different prosecutor, which gives a different tone for the Baltimore City here, too. You think those two are the reasons why, and it's not anything to do with Scott's other plan on fighting or the GVRS?
I totally think it's just those two things. I think Barksdale's appointment and getting a new prosecutor are helping tremendously.
Richard Worley has been part of the department since 1998 when he came in as a police trainee then. He's been through the system, and a lot of people are saying, okay, well, that's good. He's staying in the system. He knows the system. Do you think that's the way to go?
It depends. It depends what you get. You pick the best person, whether inside the department, you go outside. Departments go back and forth. There's some benefits of being inside. You may know the talent better because he's been here. The police may see him as more credible because he's one of them. There's benefits. Sometimes it's good to have an outsider to shake things up and not to have any loyalty. So there's advantages to both. But I've heard good things about him. Especially, just a nice human being, good guy. Because you don't want someone who's just, just driven by ambition. So
yeah.
I don't know. He was very young when I was the police commissioner.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you, Ed. We appreciate it. You can always hear Ed Norris every Monday through Friday. Sports Radio 107.5 The Fan from 6 to 10 a.m.
I am going into work, my man. Why are you trying to pull me over as I'm going into work?
Because you're going 80 and a 45.
I am going into work.
Over 100 miles an hour trying to catch up with this butthead.
Caught on camera, an Orlando police officer now facing charges after being pulled over for speeding by a Seminole County sheriff's deputy.
Officer Alexander Shayouni was allegedly driving 80 miles per hour in a 45-mile-per-hour zone in a marked Orlando Police Department vehicle. Following the back-and-forth footage shows Shayouni refusing to give the deputy his driver's license before getting back into the car and speeding off again.
Yeah, it looks like both had their lights on. Ultimately, the officer was charged with resisting an officer, reckless driving, fleeing a law enforcement officer with lights and sirens active, according to the New York Post. He was relieved of duty as this investigation is pending.
The NAACP meeting once again to talk education in the state. Just ahead, what they say is critically wrong inside our schools.
The battle over gas is heating up as BGE threatens to cut off services for some homeowners. How they're reacting to the threats.
We're taking a look at our forecast, tracking the potential for showers and even some thunderstorms later today. We'll break it down for you on the Weather Authority forecast coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up on 7 o'clock on this Friday morning, June 16th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. It's time to get a check of our forecast here as we start the weekend.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us. And yeah, we're all getting rain. It's good news there.
Yeah, exactly. Rain and some thunderstorms for some of us later today, guys. But good news is by the time we get to Saturday and Sunday, we're drier and warmer.
Great.
Our next weather maker is what we're talking about, that potential weather alert day for today. Now, we're not into a weather alert mode right now, but we are looking at that potential for some of those storms to develop. This is what we're looking at right now. The sun that is up through kind of the hazy skies and those clouds that are hanging around can probably feel that moisture if you've stepped outside. Most of the rain is still in western Maryland, especially in Cumberland, back toward Morgantown, West Virginia. We're seeing some more of those thunderstorms and those lightning strikes as well. Eastern Shore saw some showers this morning. It's all clear at this moment, but we're tracking more of those storms. And this is from the Storm Prediction Center, the yellow and the green indicating a slight or a marginal risk for severe weather through the afternoon. Damaging wind gusts being the biggest issue that we're going to be facing. So, we're tracking some showers today. Some of those storms that could be strong to severe, and then a drier weekend ahead as part of our weather story. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Taking a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and we do have one issue to report. 295 South, right near 195. There's a vehicle fire, and it's blocking the shoulder and two right lanes, causing a little bit of a slowdown right now. There's no cameras in the area to show it, but you're also taking a live look now from the inner and outer loops at Lock Raven Boulevard, 695 in Baltimore, and that's about what the outer and inner loops look like all the way around. Just that issue on BW Parkway southbound, though, as that vehicle fire continues.
We're here to help. We're not here to knock down or complain. We're here to identify problems and find solutions.
Happening today, the NAACP kicking off the second day of a conference focused on education outcomes in Maryland public schools.
Now, the civil rights group is calling on public school leaders to improve what it calls, quote, the critical status of African-American students, and say the current education of black children statewide is, quote, dreadful.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with what we can expect ahead of today's meeting and what was covered yesterday. Shannon.
Well, like you guys said, Megan and Tom, this is the second and final day of the NAACP's conference, and today will likely focus on trying to find those solutions because the NAACP has said that is their goal here, and if solutions cannot be found, they may have to take other actions. Now, this frustration is all stemming from those hundreds of students who are underperforming yet are still being given degrees without the basic skills. And look at this. In the state of Maryland, the two lowest performing school districts are Baltimore City and Prince George's County. Those are the two districts with the highest number of African-American students as well. So in Linthicum Heights, Maryland's NAACP is bringing state and local educators together for this conference. It's the first of its kind, and yesterday marked day one. The NAACP inviting representatives from every school district in the state to come to the table in search of these solutions, but just 7 of the state's school districts sent representatives yesterday. The state superintendent was not there. In fact, of the state's 24 superintendents, only 1 showed up, and that's the new superintendent over Baltimore County. We spoke with her. Take a listen.
I think some solutions have to do with increased hiring and also the curriculum and instruction that we put in front of our students. I'm excited to go to the rest of the sessions and find out what else they have to offer.
Of course, we will also be monitoring the rest of the session that wraps up today, and we'll see who shows up and what solutions they come up with. But it may be difficult to come up with solutions when a lot of the leaders in our state, when it comes to education, are not even there. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. The civil rights group cites a number of issues in local public schools, many exposed by Project Baltimore. Earlier this year, they found 23 schools. You can see them highlighted on the map here, where 0 students among those tested are proficient in math. Project Baltimore's Chris Papps spoke on that.
That is an alarming stat. There's another 20 schools in Baltimore City with 1 or 2 students who tested proficient in math. And the NAACP has said in their statement that the school-to-prison pipeline, this is something that we've been talking about for decades in America and in the media. We're in 2023, and because of stats like we just talked about, they're saying the school-to-prison pipeline is still here. We're still talking about it. We got to end it.
Now, Project Baltimore has also found overall graduation rates are dropping, as you see this chart right here. Baltimore City hit a 9-year low in percentage of students graduating high school in 4 years. Project Baltimore reviewing the 4-year graduation rates from 2022 and found 10 high schools with fewer than half the students graduated in that period. Baltimore City Schools was forced to return hundreds of thousands of tax dollars last year after the internal report showed inflated enrollment at Augusta Fells Savage High School. And that report came months after Project Baltimore first broke the story about ghost students and grade changing in the school. The most recent data from the state shows 58% of city students are considered chronically absent. Project Baltimore has been investigating issues surrounding public schools for years. For more information on their investigations, including the NAACP's top 3 demands for its conference, you can head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, the concerns raised by the NAACP have also captured the attention of civil rights attorney Ben Crump. He recently spoke with political commentator Armstrong Williams about the failures in the education system.
First, you got to make sure people understand the problem, because they got to see it as a problem before they start to try to solve the problem. But if they put their head in the ground and say, there's no problem here, then we will never, ever get to solving the problem. That's the first step. Let's admit that we have a problem with the education system in America and how it's leaving a lot of children outside of the American dream.
Well, attorney Ben Crump is currently part of a lawsuit against Baltimore City Schools that was filed by city residents Giovanni and Shonda Patterson. The Pattersons claim the city is misusing tax dollars because students in the public school system aren't getting the education they deserve. And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe that Dr. Sonia Santelises needs to be replaced for city schools to improve? Looking at the results coming in right now, we see 97% of those who have responded say yes. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Tap on the Pulse tab to weigh in.
But at the end of the day, if we have to haul them into court to make them do the right thing, we will do it.
Developing this morning, 8 Baltimore City community associations are threatening legal action against BGE. It's over a fleet of new gas meters being installed all across Fells Point, Pigtown, Mount Vernon, and other parts of the city. The group says BGE sent letters threatening to cut off gas service if homeowners don't agree to the construction. The group also says the external meters are unnecessary when similar meters already exist inside the homes. Through Vignaraja, you heard right there, represents the community associations.
And so if they have an infrastructure investment, even if it's not necessary, even if it'll destroy historic properties, even if it's unsafe, even if it's being put in place over the objection of residents in countless neighborhoods, they want to do it anyway because they get to add a surcharge to your bills.
In a lengthy statement from BGE, the company wrote that it can't comment on pending or threatening legal action, but says it is modernizing its gas infrastructure to enhance both safety and reliability for its customers.
Earlier this year, the city of Baltimore entered into a controversial agreement with BGE. The agreement gives the company broad control over the city's conduit system. The deal was pushed through by Mayor Brandon Scott despite opposition from other elected leaders. This happening despite city residents overwhelmingly voting on an amendment for the city to maintain control of the conduit system back in October of 2022.
Developing elsewhere, for the first time this year, the Baltimore City Council used its new powers to move money during the budget process.
Leaders deciding to cut $1 million out of the budget proposal for DPW. The council decided to put that money toward making upgrades to facilities for DPW workers. Fox 45 News spoke with Councilman Yitzi Schleifer on the move.
Morale is a very important thing and a big problem at the Bureau of Solid Waste. And so when the workers see that their government is working for them and the city council is prioritizing them, I think that they're going to look at this and say, you know, that it's a new day in Baltimore City and it's going to attract more people to come work at DPW.
Now, for more information on the city's new budget, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com. 7:08 in this morning, we're following wicked weather out west.
Several tornadoes wreaking havoc in North Texas last night. Taylor Stewart in our live center with what we're seeing this morning. Taylor.
I mean, guys, just look at this. There were over 220 severe storm reports overnight, including 7 tornadoes across parts of Texas. Just look at the swath of destruction over the northern city of Perryton. Now, this is what they're waking up to this morning. At least 3 people were killed, 2 still missing, and dozens others injured.
Tornado is just 100 yards or so right there.
Now, the tornado was initially forecasted as an EF0, but escalated to a level 3, catching many residents off guard.
It looked like people were just having to self-rescue themselves. People were climbing out of rubble. There was the fire nearby. It was just a really, really horrible scene.
Now, according to officials at a local hospital, they've treated 50 to 100 patients with injuries ranging from cuts and bruises to collapsed lungs and broken bones. Well, now to Abbeville, Alabama, where you can see that dark cloud overhead and the damage there in the area. The National Weather Service has not confirmed a tornado touchdown, but the region was under a tornado warning at the time. Whether it was or not, it was an actual twister. Strong winds appear to have split trees and damaged buildings in the area. Much of the same in eastern Tennessee, where the National Weather Service is confirming a tornado hit down in Cumberland County. The twister packed 95-mile-per-hour winds, and authorities say nobody was hurt there, but the storm did knock out trees and power lines, pulled off roofs from homes and buildings, and caused other damage across the area. But take a look at this out of Howell, Minneapolis, not far from Detroit. An onslaught of hail and snow impacting residents there just days before the summer solstice. That's the latest here at the Live Center. We're working to get an update on the aftermath of a tornado reported in Oklahoma as well. But let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for our forecast.
Yeah, and our next weather maker that's tracking in our direction, Taylor, we're going to see that potential for some thunderstorms as we get later into the day. Nothing like what they saw in that part of the country. This is what we're looking at right now on our HD radar. Western Maryland, you can see in Cumberland, seeing a lot of those lightning strikes. That's that line of thunderstorms. Nothing severe at this time, but that is tracking from west to east. So over the next couple of hours, we're going to see that move into the central Maryland region. And temperatures in the 50s for Western Maryland. Most of us are in the lower 60s right now for Westminster and Bel Air down through Baltimore City at 63. If you do want to get out for a run or a jog, next couple of hours, upper 60s and lower 70s. Mild conditions. Get that run in before the rain rolls in the middle part of the day. And we'll take you through that hour by hour coming up in our full forecast over on that big green wall in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Make this summer even sweeter with a trip up to Hershey Park. Fox 45 Morning News will help you with that sweet tooth with a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets.
Today is your last chance to win the amusement park ticket, so stay tuned for your cue to call in. Just keep watching for your chance to win that 4-pack of tickets to Hershey Park worth more than $300. Good luck.
And if you win those tickets, or maybe you are just going on another summer adventure, we'd love to see it. You can send your pictures and videos through Chime In right on our website, foxbaltimore.com, or use your Fox 45 mobile app.
Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. Governor Wes Moore promoting a safer summer in Maryland, who he's blaming for the levels of violence that we're seeing now all across the state.
And accessing your Maryland driver's license just got a whole lot easier. The link you need to know about coming up next. It is 7:12 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:15, and you may notice your Maryland issued ID can be mobile and stored right in your Apple Wallet, meaning you can show your ID at TSA checkpoints using just your phone or even your watch. Joining us now with a brand new program, MDOT Administrator Chrissy Nizer. Good morning, Chrissy.
Morning. Thanks for having me.
Yes. Okay. So I saw on the website it's very easy to do. This is only with Apple right now. What if you are an Android user? Is that available, or if you have Google Wallet?
Yeah, good news there. So our Apple users have been able to do it for about a year now, but now if you're an Android user, Google Wallet is available. And so you can go ahead if you already have it, Google Wallet downloaded, and go ahead and download your Maryland mobile ID to be used conveniently and securely at TSA checkpoints.
So no reason to carry that physical ID really in certain places, especially if you're traveling through the airport, just scan your phone, maybe your watch. The problem, though, is some people right away, I'm sure, are asking, what if your phone gets stolen?
Right. So there are provisions if your phone gets stolen to be able to keep that product secure. But the reality is that we hand over our physical license or ID card all the time, which has all our personal information. The great thing about the mobile ID is that you control what information is shared. So even TSA checkpoints, they only get the information that they need to be able to allow you to board the airplane. Similarly, if we do ID verification for age, right? You're purchasing alcohol or another purchase that requires age verification, they'd only know you're above that legal age, not any additional information that really is unnecessary and you want to keep private and secure.
So, Chrissy, are you suggesting that this may be widespread more than just TSA? You think we're going to be able to just scan this when we go into a bar or scan this when we are purchasing alcohol?
For now, we're telling everybody, keep your license with you, your physical license with you. But yes, that is the future. We're talking to businesses around Maryland as well as law enforcement. We do have a law in Maryland that allows your MDL to be used in the same way as your physical license. So we've already set the foundation for that, but that conversation is happening already, and it is really the future of where we're going. But for now, keep that physical license with you.
Chrissy, you were just saying with the MVL, is Maryland the kind of the forefront in this?
We are the first state to launch with the Google Wallet, so certainly proud of that. And again, our focus really is the fact that you can maintain the security of your own information. In fact, you're asked to confirm that you want to verify your MDL with that user every time you use it. So while it might not be for everybody, this is a great option for people that are interested in keeping their identity secure. There is no cost, so it's free to our Maryland residents, and something we think is a great step forward for identity protection.
Oh, yeah. All right. MVA Administrator Chrissy Nizer, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Look forward to more programs that you're launching.
Thank you.
Fox 45's Weather Authority team is preparing you for the next weather maker.
You know, we want to go right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's looking at the forecast, rain and possible storms.
Absolutely. That's what we're tracking today, guys. Everything nice and calm and quiet now as we look from our Towson camera, our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. A little bit of that haze, and you can kind of feel that humidity already increasing out there. And as our temperatures will continue to rise, especially as we go through the middle of the day, that's going to give us the better chance for showers and even those thunderstorms. Now, the Eastern Shore, you saw some storms this morning for Easton over to Denton, even near the Cambridge area. All of that is done and cleared out for now. So all of us are dry at this time. Now you head to Western Maryland, and that's where you start to see some more of this action taking place. Some moderate rain showers moving through Cumberland down into West Virginia. So this is moving into Garrett and Allegheny counties. If you are heading to this part of the state today, just know that you're going to run right into these showers and storms. And we're going to be getting in on this here in the next couple of hours as that system tracks closer to us. Couple of areas of low pressure. We have an upper level low and a surface low. So both of those working basically to get the atmosphere a little bit more destabilized. And once we see that daytime heating, you get some of that rising air. This is a convective circle. So basically that counterclockwise flow, it's that uplift that we get. And then you have the cold front, which also helps to force things up. That's when things get a little bit more active and could bring some of the damaging wind gusts and some of that hail as well. Now, it's not a zero tornado threat. It really never is, especially in the summertime, but it is a very low threat for tornadic activity for today. Now, our storm outlook, however, marginal to slight risk. So all of us there in the yellow, Eastern Shore and southern Anne Arundel counties under that slight risk. That's 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. The rest of us under that marginal risk as well up and down the 95 corridor. This is the latest model run. I update this every hour and we show it to you. We look at a whole bunch of different models, guys, and we try to put that forecast together to give you the best chance so you know exactly when some of these showers are rolling in. And you know, forecasting, not an exact science, but we try our hardest to make sure you know what's going on. So this shows us now between about 10 and noon, a couple of scattered showers. Really, it's later, about 2, 3 p.m., that more of that action starts getting going, and that's when we'll have more of the heat of the day. Even with the clouds around, our temps are still going to get to the lower 80s. Most of those showers push out of here in that 6 o'clock hour tonight. May see a stray shower left over in that 7, 8 o'clock hour, 9 o'clock hour tonight. Boaters and watermen, we're good here for the day. We just have to deal with those showers and storms in the middle of the day. So even though our wind only out of the south at about 5 to 10 knots, we have to watch out for those thunderstorms this afternoon. And a small craft advisory goes into effect tonight all the way through tomorrow. Some very gusty winds are going to be behind this system that's coming through. Upper 70s and lower 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. Hartford and Cecil counties mainly mid to upper 70s and a few lower 80s as well. Now tomorrow will be a bit breezy, but will be drier with mid 80s. And then Sunday for Father's Day, almost 90 degrees. And we keep those upper 80s for Juneteenth on Monday, actually a little bit cooler as we head to the first day of summer next Wednesday.
Sounds good, Justin. Thank you. Our Len Stoller traffic network here showing reports of a vehicle fire. Look at this. In the median here, it looks like we've got some activity out there. This is on in West Friendship on 70 eastbound. Crews obviously on the scene. We're hearing the 2 left lanes are blocked. This is happening in the median right there. Looks like the fire might be out at this point, but still creating quite a scene out there. Traffic not backed up too bad as a result, but slowing down certainly. Maybe we're going to move to 1 lane here. We'll keep you posted in your next traffic report, but hopefully conditions improving out there.
Netflix and Grill, the streaming company's latest venture as writers in Hollywood remain on strike.
Plus, and we are hanging out with the National Corvette Restore Society this morning, where they are actually celebrating the 70th anniversary of the Corvette. So we've actually got a Corvette from 70 years ago, plus the latest edition. We'll talk all about it in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
The National Corvette Restorers Society is celebrating 70 years of Corvettes.
Oh, yeah, and you can see the fast cars up close and in person. And she can't drive 55. Amy Aronson is live in Pikesville this morning, checking it all out. I don't hear any engines yet, Amy.
No, little early for that. I'm here with Gus Morris this morning and all of his friends and all of your cars, your beautiful Corvettes joining us from 70 years ago to this very year, which is kind of cool. So yes. We're celebrating the 70th anniversary of the Corvette. That's a big deal.
Yes, it is. So it's the June 30th will be the 70th anniversary of the Corvette. We're honored today to have number car 205, 1953 model, which is the 205th Corvette ever made. And here next to it, we have the latest 2023 model. So we have the beginning and the current right here, right next to each other.
And it's only changed just a little bit, right?
Only changed just a little. You can see the evolution. This was a front engine car. Now this is currently a mid-engine car. Okay. So the evolution has been quite interesting, and development has just been fantastic.
Very cool. And of course, these aren't the only two here with us this morning. How many do you have parked here?
So we have approximately 17 cars here today. Okay. We are represented by every phase of the Corvette, every generation. There's 8 generations, starting from C1, which is 1953, up to the 8th generation, which is right here, which started a few years ago with the 2023.
That's awesome. And tell us a little bit about what you all do, the National Corvette Restoration Society.
So we are the Mason-Dixon NCRS Corvette chapter, and we are members of the National Corvette Restorer Society, and we specialize in learning about the history, the preservation, and the restoration of anything that's Corvettes.
Okay, cool. Well, we look forward to learning more as the morning continues. We're going to hang out here all morning long. If you want more information right now, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newsthings. And yeah, Tom Megan, I know, trash truck running by right now.
Oh,
I'm back.
So my car here.
Did you hear it? It's loud.
Not up to par. Awesome. Amy, thank you.
Trash truck.
I thought it was a Corvette.
I heard engines revving too. I'm with you.
Well, you know what else is revving up? Mother Nature. Our Weather Authority team tracking the potential for thunderstorms this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know if we hear some roar in the sky and when things dry out in that full Weather Authority forecast.
The governor is unveiling his new plan to combat crime this summer. Just ahead, why he's criticizing the previous administration. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Here we go. Welcome to the weekend. Welcome to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Friday, June 16th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it's Friday Request Friday.
Yes.
Your Request Friday, I guess, playing with DJ Doppler.
DJ Doppler is really bringing the feels today. This is great.
All requests.
All requests.
Friday. All requests Friday. Whatever requests you want, let me know. Put them up in the ones and twos. We'll try to get to them when we can. Taking a look outside right now. I used to say that all the time when I was Danger Boy. I'd be like, yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to In Sync when we can. We'll get to that song on for you in a few minutes. All right, taking a look outside. We've got the clouds that are hanging around, but the sun is there as well from our downtown Baltimore shot. We're tracking showers and the potential for some thunderstorms. But guys, our temps are warm already. Look at this. 63 in Baltimore, 70 in Annapolis and Stevensville across the Bay Bridge there on Kent Island. So just be aware with those numbers that will keep climbing. That'll give us a better chance for some storms, which we're seeing in Western Maryland. You can see on your HD radar right now, Cumberland getting hit with some moderate rain and definitely a lot of those lightning strikes, but nothing severe at this time. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go. 60s and 70s next few hours. We stay dry for your morning commute. Midday is when those storms are going to start rolling through and those showers as well. We're warmer and drier tomorrow, and then really almost 90 degrees on Father's Day Sunday, as well as your final weekend of spring. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect with that and going forward into next week as we approach summer coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. We have your Len Stoller traffic network now. We've got some slowdowns in West Friendship. This is 70 eastbound. This is what we've been watching. There's a vehicle in the median. The car was on fire. Looks like that's now been put out. The left lane is closed down to one lane from two, so slowly but surely seeing improvement out there, but still slowing things up if you're heading through that area.
And we're going to make the choice to act on public safety in a way that is robust, in a way that is strategic, in a way that moves with an urgency that the issue demands.
Developing this morning, Maryland Governor Wes Moore says the state is ready to deal with crime this summer.
He is announcing his Safe Summer Initiative, which he says is a new approach to addressing the violence in the state, including Baltimore City.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with a breakdown of the plan and our questions now for the mayor. Shannon.
Well, of course, Tom and Megan, public safety is top of mind for many Marylanders. And so with this new Safe Summer Initiative, the governor says he and his administration will be using three approaches to address public safety in the state as we move into the summer months. So we're going to pull up a list of those approaches right here on your screen. They include providing resources and support that law enforcement needs, building stronger and more vibrant communities, and coordinating across all aspects of government. Now, before outlining this plan, though, Moore was very critical of the prior administration led by former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. Now, he says the violence seen now was triggered mainly by many of that administration's policies.
Gone are the days when we strain partnerships between state government and local elected leaders. I'm data-driven, and this approach is backed by data.
Well, the governor's plan also wanting to address the root causes of crime. So a somewhat holistic approach to public safety. And after his announcement, our teams pressed more about this plan and whether he believes it's soft on crime like some would argue. Listen to his response.
What it's saying is we're both going to focus on addressing the crime that we're dealing with right now, making sure there's real accountabilities for those who violate the law, but then also making sure that we're creating pathways so people aren't violating the law in the first place.
So the governor says increasing funding for law enforcement is also a big part of this plan, with $122 million in funding already and more than $17 million of that going to Baltimore City alone. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. A Gonzales poll out just this week found an overwhelming majority of Marylanders believe getting caught with a stolen firearm should be a felony. Support for this spread across all demographics and party lines. Fox 45 pressed the governor on this as well.
Why not support anti-crime laws like felony charges for those with stolen guns?
So let me be clear, our administration has been very aggressive when it comes to addressing public safety, where we said public safety is our #1 priority. But let's be clear, when you're talking about sentencing adjustment, that means the crime has already happened. we've also got to focus on making sure the crimes aren't happening in the first place. We've got to focus on getting these illegal guns out of our communities and out of our streets, and not just focusing on how are we sentencing them when a crime has been committed with them.
Well, following the Gonzalez poll's release, Maryland House Republicans issuing a statement calling on Democrats to support their proposals on crime. Among them, a bill that would make stealing a handgun a felony. The others include the Violent Firearm Offender Act and the Repeat Violent Offenders Act. Those would have made the use of a gun during a violent crime and felony and increase fines or prison time for repeat firearm convictions. The only bill targeting criminals this past legislative session made the maximum penalty for illegally possessing a firearm uniform. It raised the misdemeanor sentence up to 5 years for anyone over the age of 21. Now, the NRA is suing Maryland over Senate Bill 1, the Gun Safety Act of 2023. It restricts where legal wear and carry permit holders can actually carry their gun. It's scheduled to take effect October 1st, but a similar law in New Jersey was blocked by the courts.
Well, Governor Moore also announcing that he is reintroducing the Red Line Transit Plan. It's a massive project to connect the east-west corridor through Baltimore, with the cost so far not being revealed. The Red Line was a consistent campaign promise as Moore ran for governor. He calls it a cornerstone of his plan to leave no one behind, providing easier urban access for Baltimore's surrounding communities.
This city has hundreds of thousands of jobs, but people cannot access them easily. They understood that we have some of the best colleges and hospitals, museums and theaters in the world, and they're all difficult to get to. They understood that our economy is stable but not dynamic, and that our GDP has been falling behind cities like Washington and Philadelphia and Boston for years.
Is hoping to get the project up and running by this fall. His announcement comes 8 years after former Governor Larry Hogan killed the light rail project in 2015, which at the time was slated for just under $3 billion. The federal government had committed to covering almost $1 billion.
Continuing coverage of the NAACP's conference focusing on the state of Maryland's public schools, what we can expect to play out later today.
The tense situation and conflicting reports from the battle lines. Just ahead, we have the latest on the war in Ukraine from the Live Center.
And our Weather Authority team tracking the next weather maker coming to our region, how the rain could impact your weekend plans. It is 7:37. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. This morning, Russian officials are, we're hearing those Russian officials as we look for more, claiming Ukraine's counteroffensive is failing.
Yeah, Taylor Stewart is in our live center now with the latest on the war in Ukraine. Taylor?
That's right. That claim by Russian officials is being counteracted by reports of steady gains with Ukrainian soldiers reclaiming lands near the front lines. It comes after 3 people were killed, 3 wounded after a drone attack in eastern Ukraine. Now, Ukraine needs more weapons. President Volodymyr Zelensky making that plea to a Swiss parliament on Thursday. Meanwhile, the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is in Belgium for a NATO securities meeting. He's advocating to send more artillery, more firepower to Ukraine, telling allies to dig deep for additional aid while pledging continued U.S. support.
Ukraine's fight is a marathon and not a sprint. So we will continue to provide Ukraine with the urgent capabilities that it needs to meet this moment, as well as what it needs to keep itself secure for the long term from Russian aggression.
Now, the head of the UN Atomic Energy Agency visiting Zaporizhzhia, the nuclear plant in Ukraine. Keep in mind, this is the largest nuclear plant in Europe, and since Russia seized control of it last year, it's lost power 6 times, forcing the country into the dark. The head of the Atomic Energy Agency warning the situation there is serious as power outages, shelling, even kidnapping of Ukrainian plant operators continues. It's further escalating the risk of a meltdown, and he said ensuring water for cooling is a top priority of his visit. That's the latest from the Live Center. We'll keep you updated on what's happening in Ukraine. Tom.
Thank you, Taylor. The city's finance department making some major mistakes, causing homeowners to nearly lose their properties in city auctions. In our next hour, we're opening the books and breaking down the issues within the department.
A new study shows MS is more common among Black Americans than originally thought. Why we are seeing a change, plus advice from a doctor on treatment. It is 7:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
A new study on the prevalence of multiple sclerosis shows this debilitating disease is much more common among Black Americans than previously thought. This morning, the study leader, Dr. Mitch Willeen, a neurologist at the University of Maryland Medical Center, is joining us live to weigh in on his findings. Dr. Willeen, thank you so much for joining us. Good morning.
Great to be here. Good morning.
So what are you seeing? What did you find in this study?
We found that there's approximately 1 million individuals with MS in the United States, and roughly 25% are non-white or Hispanic. And so that was a higher estimate that had been found compared to previous work in the past.
What do you think is causing that? Is testing different for MS, or why would we see such a change?
I think we didn't have the methodology to really do surveillance of the whole healthcare system in the past. So this study looked at everybody and all the insurance pools across the country. That's probably the main reason. And I think that there's been more of awareness about MS, and testing has improved over the last few decades.
That's what I wanted to talk about next. What does testing look like, and what are some of the symptoms that maybe you need to get tested?
Right, so MS is the most common progressive neurologic disease of young adults. And so common symptoms include loss of vision, numbness or weakness on one side of the body, difficulties with walking, tremor, and fatigue. Those are common things, and it usually occurs in people in their 20s and 30s when they're just starting their careers.
That can be associated with strokes and so many other things as well. Is that just the first indicator to go and figure out what might be happening?
Yeah, if you have a focal symptoms like that, and it's important to get evaluated by a healthcare provider, and particularly a neurologist. And those of us at the University of Maryland are well aware of these symptoms and are adept at trying to sort out what's going on.
You mentioned 20s and 30s. Is it often overlooked and not caught till later?
It's true. Sometimes symptoms, especially if they're more subtle, they get overlooked, and sometimes we don't see people till several years down the line when we could have intervened earlier.
Let's talk about treatments. What can be done to try and ease those symptoms, and any sights on a cure down the road?
So it's a good question. There's over 20 FDA-approved drugs to treat MS, and so that's the message I want to present. There's a lot of treatments, and we can usually find something that people can tolerate, and it's best to start those drugs early to prevent relapses and progression.
As far as a cure, studies, research, how are things looking?
There's a lot of new therapies on the horizon, and I think we've been able to control the disease, and the optimal thing is to have a cure, and even better, to prevent the disease. So a lot of people are working on this right now, and there's a lot of hope in the field.
That's good to know. Dr. Willeen, thank you so much for your time this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having me.
7:48 right now. Fox 45's Weather Authority team getting you ready for our next weather maker.
You bet. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look at our forecast and the timing.
Yeah, and some of us actually saw some showers and thunderstorms earlier this morning on the eastern shore. We're pretty quiet right now here in Towson. The sun is out there trying to break through some of that cloud cover. But overall, let's show you what's going on with our HD radar. Again, we're dry from the eastern shore across the bay into the 95 corridor. Where that rain and where some of those thunderstorms are popping up is in Cumberland. And now it's getting a little bit closer to Martinsburg, West Virginia, and just to the west of Hagerstown right there. Look at that line of moderate rain, the orange and the red indicating some of the heavier rain showers. But this is just sort of one wave, if you will, that's coming through. Got a couple of areas of low pressure here, as well as some instability that's going to be created, especially as we get some daytime heating. And then the cold front is what's hanging out west of Charleston, West Virginia. So when that passes through later today, that could initiate another round of storms and showers as well, which is why the Storm Prediction Center has most of our area either under a slight or marginal risk. The eastern shore and southern Anne Arundel County under that slight risk, which is 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. The rest of us under the marginal risk, which is a 1. So here we go. This is our hourly future scan. The showers we're seeing right now in western Maryland by about 9, 10 o'clock this morning, moving from Frederick over to Westminster. But the stronger storms look to be a little bit to the north of us. We take you through midday today. This is about noontime. So we'll see those scattered showers that will pop up, possibly a thunderstorm thunderstorm or two. Later this afternoon, as I mentioned, you get some daytime heating. The ground starts to heat up. You get that uplift in the atmosphere, and that gives us the better chance for some of those showers and even those thunderstorms to develop. And damaging wind gusts and hail are going to be the biggest threats with these storms. Now, as we get into about 7, 8 o'clock tonight, we are clearing that out. But then there's this another little wedge that wants to kind of move in between about 9 p.m. and into the midnight hour. So basically unsettled throughout the day today. Just stay weather aware. Get that FOX45 weather app. You get that radar right there in the palm of your hand. You can actually see the showers and storms moving into your neighborhood, so you know when to take cover and when to get inside. Upper 60s and low to mid 70s for the next few hours in your Rise and Shine cast. Probably not a good pool day today with that UV index in that high category. But let me tell you, tomorrow and Sunday, great pool days, even into next week as well. Upper 70s and lower 80s is where we'll end up. If you want to get your grass cut today, I would do it this morning. My neighbor mowed yesterday. You know what that means. Got to mow my lawn because now mine looks terrible compared to his because they touch. So Saturday and Sunday, though, we got green lights if you want to get the yards cleaned up. And as again, Mother Nature going to help out with some of that rain for today as well. 85 tomorrow, upper 80s on Sunday. So AFRAM weekend, man, I tell you, weather's looking great. Even just a little bit warm, especially on Sunday. Even into Juneteenth on Monday next week, we'll see those temperatures in the upper 80s, but then actually a bit cooler as we approach the first day of summer next Wednesday.
Yay, Justin, thank you. Well, fasten your seatbelts. Keep your arms and legs inside the vehicle. In our next hour, we are heading to the sweetest place on earth to celebrate 100 years of roller coasters.
And take Dad to a local restaurant and support small businesses this weekend. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, where you and Dad can enjoy a cold beer and a piping hot crab cake.
Sounds good right now.
It does sound good right now.
You know what we should do, though?
Yeah, we should drink coffee before we eat crab cakes.
Yeah, let's take a coffee break.
Crab cake coffee.
And then, now.
7:54 and trending now, Netflix is taking its content from the screen to table.
Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark joins us live in studio with more plus reaction from the social stream. Mark.
I think this is a great idea. The streaming giant is opening up a pop-up restaurant in Los Angeles later this month. Chefs featured on Netflix shows like Chef's Table, Iron Chef, and Is It Cake will create dishes for the restaurant. Diners can try all the delicious food, but they will not be able to meet the chefs themselves. The pop-up is located at a West Hollywood hotel. Now, people have been sharing their thoughts on Twitter about Netflix restaurant. Let's see. So y'all got money for this, but not to pay the writer?
Perfect.
That's funny.
Y'all scroll through the menu for hours and never order anything. Okay.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
And lastly, they only grant you a reservation after confirming you do not share your Netflix account passwords with anybody
Which
else.
we know you
That's
do.
funny.
We know you're not going to get a reservation, right, Mark? Because
I've got kids in different states, baby.
You got people in different area codes as well.
There we go. So what do you guys think? I think this is a great idea, though.
It's a neat concept, I guess, but yeah. It's
Have you
still
ever
kinda
seen
weird.
Is It Cake, though? You don't really want to eat that stuff, and half of it isn't really food. Half of it's not cake.
Well, I guess
So I
you're right.
wonder-
This is a bad idea, Meg. I guess you're right. It's a terrible idea. Whoever thought of this?
I'm just wondering how that actually, what you would actually be eating.
I think that'd be cool. I'm just still a little salty about the passwords, so you know, maybe they'll throw some salt on it.
She has her aunties, her
My mom, you can't kick my mom
Diners,
off.
drive-ins, and dives. You know that whole
Diner,
concept, yeah.
Yeah.
And where they actually you go to those restaurants because you see it on there,
TV, yeah.
and then you're like, all right. So this one is like come to this one location.
But that makes sense because those are like good restaurants that you've heard about. These are like
You're right.
shows. You
You're
know what I
right.
mean? It's interesting.
Megan, you're right, because you're right. Conceptually, it's like I get it, but you're right. It's kind of a bad idea. Never mind.
Get out of here, Mark.
I'm sorry. I failed.
It's not your fault at all. We should go anyway.
He is leaving. Good. All right, Mark has left the building, but you got to wait for your song. It's all Request Friday, MJ. So, MC.
You're up next.
All right, he's the MC. Next weather maker, guys, we are tracking that. So we'll see that shower and thunderstorm chance pick up as we get later into the afternoon. Another look at your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
The NAACP meeting once again today for a conference on education in the state. Just ahead, what they say is critically wrong inside our schools. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, it is Friday morning, June 16th. We're having fun here at Fox 45, and thank you for waking up with us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is showing us the power of music as we wait for this storm system to move through.
Exactly right. Things are calm right now, guys. But yeah, playing some music here, getting us going. Hopefully you're getting going with us on your Friday as we look at our live cam right now. This is over downtown Baltimore and the Inner Harbor, which again, very calm conditions right now. We're right on the edge of breaking into a weather alert day. We're monitoring for a weather alert day because we do have that potential for some thunderstorms later this afternoon. It is not a widespread threat, but some of those storms could get a little bit out of hand. So boaters and watermen on your captain's cast, you can get out on the water over the next few hours, but just know later today those showers and thunderstorms move in, and then that wind starts picking up. That small craft advisory starts tonight, goes all the way through tomorrow, as it will be a gusty day on Saturday. Here's where the rain is right now. Some of those showers and thunderstorms, Cumberland over toward Hagerstown, moving a little bit closer to Frederick. So that first line is going to move into the 95 corridor within the next couple of hours. And then we have more storms that are expected to develop later today as well. 83 for your high this afternoon. We'll drop to the 60s tonight, but sunny and breezy tomorrow and mid 80s. Should be a very nice day. Less humidity on Saturday. And then we start cranking that heat up as we head into the second half of the weekend. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads, Tom?
Not too bad on the roads out there right now. So that's some good news for you if you're out on your Friday morning commute. We do have something, though, that we've been watching in West Friendship. That was westbound, right at 70, where there was a vehicle fire on the median. You see it right there. What's left over, there's just a dark spot in the median. They moved that utility truck that caught fire. It's gone, and now all lanes are wide open.
We're in a lot of trouble, and it's leadership, lack of leadership, but we can do better.
Today, the NAACP kicking off the second day of a conference on education outcomes in Maryland.
Now, the civil rights group is calling on public school leaders to improve what it calls the critical status of African-American students, saying that the current education of black children statewide is dreadful.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with a preview. Shannon.
Well, like you guys mentioned, Megan and Tom, the NAACP's two-day conference starts and ends within 2 days. So today is the final day for it. And today, the focus will likely be on finding solutions to this problem, because they have said that is the goal of this conference altogether. And if they don't find solutions, then they may have to take further action. All of this stemming from frustrations over the hundreds of students within Maryland schools who are underperforming but still getting degrees without the basic skills. And look at this. In the state of Maryland, the two lowest performing school districts are Baltimore City and Prince George's County. Those are two districts with the highest number of African-American students as well. So in Linthicum Heights, Maryland's NAACP is bringing state and local educators together for this conference. It's the first of its kind, and yesterday marked day one. The NAACP inviting representatives from every school district in the state to come to the table in search of solutions. But just 7 of the state's school districts sent representatives yesterday. The state superintendent was not there. In fact, of the state's 24 superintendents, only one of them showed up. That was the new superintendent over Baltimore County. We spoke with her. Take a listen.
I think some solutions have to do with increased hiring and also the curriculum and instruction that we put in front of our students. I'm excited to go to the rest of the sessions and find out what else they have to offer.
Of course, we will also be monitoring the rest of the session today and see what solutions they're able to come up with. But it may be difficult to come up with solutions when a lot of the school leaders in our state are not even there. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 8:04 now. The concerns raised by the NAACP have also captured the attention of civil rights attorney Ben Crump.
He recently spoke with political commentator Armstrong Williams about the failures in the education system.
First, you got to make sure people understand the problem, because they got to see it as a problem before they start to try to solve the problem. But if they put their head in the ground and say, there's no problem here, then we will never, ever get to solving the problem. That's the first step. Let's admit that we have a problem with the education system in America and how it's leaving a lot of children outside of the the American dream.
Well, Attorney Crump is currently part of a lawsuit against Baltimore City Public Schools that was filed by city residents Giovanni and Shonda Patterson. Patterson's claim the city is misusing tax dollars because students in the public school system are not being educated the way they deserve.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe Dr. Sonia Santelises needs to be replaced for city schools to improve? Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Tap the Pulse tab to weigh in.
Well, this morning we are following the wicked weather out west.
Several tornadoes wreaking havoc in North Texas last night. We have Taylor Stewart in our live center with a look at what we're waking up to. Taylor.
I mean, guys, more than 220 severe storm reports overnight, including 7 tornadoes that spread apart across parts of Texas. And you could see the swath of destruction over the northern city of Perrytown. This is what they're waking up to this morning. At least 3 people were killed, 2 still missing, and dozens more injured.
Oh, my God. Tornado just went in town. Tornado just went through town.
That tornado was initially forecasted as an EF0, but escalated to a level 3, catching many residents off guard.
It looked like people were just having to self-rescue themselves. People were climbing out of rubble. There was the fire nearby. It was just a really, really horrible scene.
According to officials at a local hospital, they've treated 50 to 100 patients there in the area with injuries ranging from cuts and bruises to collapsed lungs and broken bones. Well, now to Abbeville, Alabama, where you can see that dark cloud overhead and the damage there in the area. The National Weather Service has not confirmed a tornado touchdown there, but the region was under a tornado warning at the time. Whether or not it was an actual twister, strong winds appear to have split trees and damaged buildings. And much of the same in eastern Tennessee, where the National Weather Service is confirming an EF1 tornado touchdown in Cumberland County. The twister packing 95-mile-per-hour winds. Authorities say no one was hurt, but the storm did knock out power, trees, and pulled roofs off of homes and buildings, among other damage in the area. And then take a look at this out of Howell, Minneapolis, not far from Detroit. That is an onslaught of hail on someone's porch there. And they're continuing to deal with that this morning. We're working to get an update on another tornado possibly reported in Oklahoma. And that's the latest here from the Live Center. We'll keep you updated as we learn more.
All right, Taylor, crazy video. Thank you. Coming up in our next half hour, Russia claims Ukraine's counteroffensive is failing. How other countries are coming to Ukraine's aid.
And in our next hour, Baltimore City Council using its new powers to move money during the budget process. What they're cutting and where they're spending your tax dollars.
Everything looking good now, but we're tracking our next weather maker with more rain and even some thunderstorms on the way. We'll break it down for you. Coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 8:10 is your time right now. Our next weather maker is upon us, moving in as we get into the next couple of hours. You look outside right now. Let's pop up that shot here. This is from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam, and we got those clouds that are hanging around, but no rain in Baltimore City or County right now. But look, on this HD radar map, we're seeing some of that moderate and even heavy rain for Cumberland, getting closer to Hagerstown, over toward Winchester as well, just to the west of Frederick. So this is going to be moving in over the next couple of hours, and we do see some lightning strikes with that as well. So go ahead and have the sunglasses if you're out and about now, but have that umbrella with you just in case you encounter some of those showers and possible thunderstorms later today. And get your run or your jog in as well this morning before you have to get wet later this afternoon. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now, Meg.
All right, Justin, thank you. FDA advisors have voted to update the COVID-19 vaccine for this fall's flu season.
In a unanimous vote, 21-0, advisors recommending protection against only one coronavirus or COVID virus strain, because there's 7 coronaviruses. If the FDA follows their lead, this will be the first time vaccines do not include the original strain of COVID. Epidemiologists say that version of the coronavirus is no longer in circulation. Once the FDA makes this decision, it will inform vaccine manufacturers, who will prepare to make the final formulation available this fall.
And Pfizer is warning that it expects to run out of a certain form of penicillin by the end of the month. Bicillin is a long-acting injectable form of the antibiotic, one in a range of options that doctors can use on common infections. The adult formulation is the recommended treatment for syphilis. Pfizer says supplies of that could run low, but they do not expect to run out completely. The drug maker says it's working to increase production of Bicillin after demand for the drug grew in the fall and winter during an amoxicillin shortage. A recent poll shows that an overwhelming majority of Marylanders think that owning a stolen firearm should be a felony. Coming up, the governor's response.
But first, Baltimore City homeowners have nearly lost their homes after they were mistakenly put up for auction. Up next, an expert weighing in on what the city can do to keep this from happening again. Time now, 8:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 8:15 and Fox 45 has helped at least 2 Baltimore City homeowners get their property back after the Department of Finance made mistakes, some major mistakes, allowing their homes to go up for tax sale. Joining us this morning to discuss the situation is Adam Andrzejewski, CEO of OpenTheBooks.com. Good morning, Adam.
Good morning, Tom. This is probably the biggest nightmare for any homeowner.
Oh, I know. I mean, you start getting the information, and you're saying, wait, what is this? You try and make some kind of arguments against it, and eventually you're just going to ignore them because it doesn't make sense to you. That's what happens to a couple of these homeowners when they say, that's not even my property. They're wrong. But yet the one woman just recently, her house went up for sale because it was a property that the city thought was hers that wasn't even associated with her property.
Yeah, they confused her home for a vacant lot. The city came in, they had to mow the grass in that vacant lot. They charged her. She didn't own that. She doesn't even have a yard, Tom. Thanks to the Fox 45 investigators and other people locally, they got the city finance department to pay her back $2,700. Those were the costs she had to pay out of pocket up front just to try to clear her property, clear her name. On the other case, you've identified properly somebody that reached out to you that they've owned their home for 35 years and the city has improperly auctioned it, and they've been in court for years with the buyer.
Yeah, it's just incredible. I mean, and I guess the catalyst for what this can happen, the standard that hits, it says right on the website here, a combined total of $250 for non-owner occupied properties or $750 for owner occupied properties. And that means it can go up for tax sale. Just those low numbers. So what is the issue here when the city makes a mistake? First of all, that threshold is extremely low. For a lot of people, say you could sell your house, places you've lived in for 30 years, if you're out $762 or something and you owe the city that. Why that issue? And then how can the city and the finance department make such a major mistake here for some of these homeowners that had said, I'm following exactly what you're saying?
Yeah, the thresholds are low, and the city really is not recouping a lot of money from this. I just looked at the disclosures through the state of Maryland, and in 2021, the city only recouped, it looks like, $20 million from over 6,100 properties that they auctioned. So look, Tom, we're calling for a temporary moratorium on the city auctioning of properties. They need to prove that their systems are clean, they're not corrupted, and that they can properly run an auction. And there's precedence for that. If you auction a property, that's like a death penalty for a homeowner. Illinois is the Super Bowl of corruption. Illinois put a moratorium on the death penalty because they couldn't guarantee the veracity of the system. Baltimore needs to come through and prove that they're clean. And more people, if your property has been auctioned off or is potentially being auctioned off by the city, should contact Fox 45 investigators.
Yeah, it seems to be that's the quickest outcome. So last question for you. We're just about out of time. Adam, real quick, though, what about, I mean, the finance department, it seems like it's one of the highest paid positions. What's going on with that department? Do we need it's a brand new leader there, a director already? Do we need to find another director?
Well, the director of finance out-earns the mayor in the city of Baltimore. Total taxpayer cost every year rivaling $300,000 a year. This should not be happening in that department. But of course, you've got irate firefighters whose paychecks have gone to other firefighters' bank accounts. You've got city vendors being overpaid and underpaid. And now you got property owners that own homes that the city thinks they're a vacant lot. I mean, it's a mess. And so this is why we're calling on a temporary moratorium till they can get their books in line.
CEO of OpenTheBooks.com, Adam Andrzejewski, thank you. We appreciate you shedding light on this.
Thank you.
All right, it is 8:19, and it is time to get a check of our forecast here.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at that. The weekend heading into Father's Day this Sunday.
And drier conditions after we get through today, guys. So that is the good news. Also good news that we're getting some more rain because we've been so dry. We're still 9 inches below average in terms of our annual rainfall through June 15th, which was yesterday. So now we're on June 16th. But we are going to get some more rain, and we've been tracking it throughout the morning. Right now, we're calm here in Baltimore. 69 is your current temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. No wind to speak of, but that's going to be different, especially as we track this next weather maker. Now, this is the first line of showers and some heavy to moderate rain here from Hagerstown to the west back through Berkeley Springs and up into Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. So this is just to the west of Thurmont or Camp David there. You can see Taneytown and Frederick still dry at this moment. Let's pull out a little bit further and you can actually see more of that lightning here. You can see more of those lightning strikes being picked up. Nothing severe in Variety right now, and we're not seeing any severe weather alerts, which is good, but You can see what's going on with the larger picture. You got these two L's right here. These are areas of low pressure with the associated cold front. So we kind of have this surface low right here that's over the top of us. That's going to track to the east. But then as that next cold front moves in ahead of the warmer air that's going to be kind of heating up the ground throughout the day, that's going to be another trigger to kind of get some of those thunderstorms going through the later part of the afternoon. We will get an update from the Storm Prediction Center at the top of the hour. So right about 9 o'clock, we'll have a new update to see if any of this is expanded or reduced. But we do have yellow and green, Eastern Shore and the yellow, green for the 95 corridor. And that basically means slight risk is 2. You can see that little scale right there on the Storm Prediction Center outlook. A slight risk means 2 out of 5 for the better chance for storms in the Eastern Shore, marginal risk for the rest of us along the 95 corridor. Now, this is our hourly future scan. So those showers we're seeing right now in western Maryland, moving into Frederick and into Westminster within the next hour and a half or so. And then right around noontime, couple of pop-up showers and storms. More of that storm activity starts to pick up in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. That's when we get that daytime heating going. That's going to continue through about 6 o'clock tonight with those off and on showers. Not all of us will see the heavy rain, but we're all going to have to deal with some of those thunderstorms rolling through, and then could even see another last run of some of those showers in that 8, 9, and 10 o'clock hour into the overnight hours tonight. So just be aware of that. Stay weather aware. Get that mobile weather alert app so you can get those push alerts sent to your phone at FOX45. The WBFF is what you search for in the App Store. Now, tomorrow looks great. A bit breezy, but 85 and drier conditions, and then upper 80s on Sunday. AFRAM Festival weather should be great. Juneteenth also looking pretty good on Monday. Notice it's a little bit cooler as we head toward the middle of next week, which is the first day of summer, Tom.
Thank you, Justin. Could your vehicle become your new best friend? How one manufacturer is taking virtual interactions to the next level.
And we are surrounded by 17 Corvettes here this morning as we get ready to wish the Corvette a happy 70th anniversary. We're going to celebrate next and show you what we've got here this morning and learn more about all these Corvettes in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:25, and yeah, major birthday announcement here, so you can get out and celebrate the luxury two-seater sports car.
Enjoy road tours, gatherings, tech sessions at the Corvette Club. Amy Aronson live in Pikesville with more on why this is all happening right now. Amy.
Yeah, this is a big year for the Corvette. I'm here with Steve Lesser this morning, and not one, not two, but actually 17 beautiful Corvettes are with us this morning.
We do.
You've got quite the selection here. I like this red one. I mean, I don't know a ton about Corvettes, but this color really catches your eye.
Well, this is a 1962, and it's called Roman Red.
Okay.
And we're with the NCRS, National Corvette Restorer Society. And the idea of the NCRS is to preserve these cars and bring them back to original. And on this car, you can actually see the original window sticker.
Yeah, let's show the price tag of what this was back then.
Back in 1962, it was $4,800.10.
That's awesome. I'm sure that was a lot back then, though, right?
That you could buy a home for that price in 1962.
That's awesome. And what do we have next to it?
This is the last generation of C1.
Okay.
Now, right next to it is C2. This is what they began called Stingray. And if you take a look at the front, you can see it looks like a stingray in the water with its with its wings out. Now, the hood is called a banjo hood because the hood is shaped like a banjo, and it designates that this has the big block in it. A lot of horsepower.
Oh, I'm sure.
A lot of horsepower.
That is awesome. Well, we are running short on time, but if you want more information on everything happening here this morning and the 70th anniversary of the Corvette, head to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. And I know we're short on time, everyone, but they actually have a cake to celebrate the 70th anniversary. Yay. I feel like you need more than a cake to celebrate this. What do you think, Steve?
Absolutely.
Should we show them the cake really quick? What do you guys think? It looks so beautiful.
Oh.
Happy 70th.
Amy, it's about time you take a spin.
I don't know. We'll see if they let me.
Yeah, before they have to
We've got one more hour.
There are not too many cars that have made 70 years.
That's true.
You know, Buick had a LeSabre, that's gone. Cadillac had a Fleetwood, gone.
He knows his stuff.
Very few
A wealth
marks.
of knowledge, right?
Thank you for sharing it with
Very few
us.
marks have made 70 years.
Intel, I mean, there's a whole lot of
yeah.
them.
So,
Amy, thank you so much. 8 community associations threatening legal action against BGE. Why the gas company threatened to cut off some resident service.
The governor is unveiling his new plan to combat crime this summer. Just ahead, why he is criticizing the previous administration. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. Welcome to Friday, June 16th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Taylor Stewart. I just loved how that sounded.
It feels good, too.
And it should feel good for the rest of the day, except for maybe some storms. We'll check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers for that update.
Yeah, the next weather maker, ladies, is what we're tracking here. Seeing those showers that are developing in parts of western Maryland. Next couple of hours, we'll see that line of showers, which you can see right here on your HD radar, moving into the 95 corridor. So we're dry right now, but here it comes. This is going to be basically round one, and we'll have a couple of more rounds as we get into the later part of the afternoon, which could bring some strong to severe thunderstorms. So we're monitoring for a weather alert day. Mid to upper 50s. Look at the difference in temperatures for Oakland and Cumberland, while we're in the upper 60s and lower 70s for Westminster and Bel Air. Over to Baltimore City right now, 71 in Annapolis. So as you're out and about the next few hours, temperatures in the low to mid and upper 70s, even on the way to lower 80s today. We get some of that daytime heating, and that's going to help to fire off some of those storms. We'll break this down a bit further for you coming up in a few minutes from right now.
And we are going to make the choice to act on public safety in a way that is robust, in a way that is strategic, in a way that moves with an urgency that the issue demands.
Developing this morning, Maryland Governor Wes Moore says the state is ready to deal with crime this summer.
Now, he's announcing his Safe Summer Initiative, which he says is a new approach to address the violence in the state. That includes Baltimore City.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with a breakdown of the plan and our questions for the governor. Shannon.
Well, of course, Megan, safety is top of mind for many Marylanders. And so with this new Safe Summer Initiative, the governor says that he will do this in 3 different ways. He's unveiling those ways that he and his administration are going to combat crime as we move into the summer months. And we'll pull up that list right here on your screen. Moore was very critical of the previous administration, but those ways include providing resources and support that law enforcement needs, building stronger and more vibrant communities, and coordinating all aspects of government. And again, as I mentioned before outlining this plan, Moore was critical of the prior administration, which was led by former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. Moore says the violence seen now is triggered mainly by many of that administration's policies.
Gone are the days when we strain partnerships between state government and local elected leaders. I'm data-driven, and this approach is backed by data.
Now, the governor's plan also wanting to address the root causes of crime, so a somewhat holistic approach to public safety. So after his announcement, our teams pressed Moore about his plan and whether he believes it's soft on crime, like some would argue. Listen to his response.
What it's saying is we're both going to focus on addressing the crime that we're dealing with right now, making sure there's real accountabilities for those who violate the law, but then also making sure that we're creating pathways so people aren't violating the law in the first place.
Now, the governor says increasing funding for law enforcement is a big part of this plan, with $122 million in funding already, and more than $17 million of that is going to Baltimore City alone. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. A Gonzales poll out this week found an overwhelming majority of Marylanders believe getting caught with a stolen firearm should be a felony. Almost 90%, in fact. Currently, it is not in Maryland. Support for this threat across all demographics and party lines. Fox 45 News pressed the governor on this as well.
Why not support anti-crime laws like felony charges for those with stolen guns?
Well, let me be clear. Our administration has been very aggressive when it comes to addressing public safety, where we said public safety is our #1 priority. But let's be clear, when you're talking about sentencing adjustment, that means the crime has already happened. We've also got to focus on making sure the crimes aren't happening in the first place. We've got to focus on getting these illegal guns out of our communities and out of our streets, and not just focusing on how are we sentencing them when a crime has been committed with them.
This morning, Russian officials are claiming Ukraine's counteroffensive is failing, but that claim being counteracted by reports of steady gains with Ukrainian soldiers reclaiming lands near the front lines. It comes after 3 people were killed, 3 others wounded after a drone attack in the eastern region. But Ukraine needs more weapons. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky making that plea to Swiss parliament on Thursday. Meanwhile, the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is in Belgium for a NATO securities meeting. He's advocating to send more artillery and firepower to Ukraine, telling allies to dig deep for additional aid while pledging continued support from the U.S. Meanwhile, the head of the UN Atomic Energy Agency visiting Zaporizhzhia, the nuclear plant in Ukraine. Keep in mind, it's the largest nuclear plant in Europe, and since Russia seized control of it last year, it's lost power 6 times, forcing the country into the dark. The head of the Atomic Energy Agency warning the situation there is serious as power outages, shellings, even kidnappings of Ukrainian plant operators continues, further escalating the risk of a meltdown. He said that ensuring water for cooling was a priority of his visit. That's the latest from our live center.
Topping our next half hour, today marks the second day of the NAACP's conference on Maryland education, how they're working to improve students' performance.
And we've got a live look over Towson and the Inner Harbor this morning, and we're getting off to a mild start. Meteorologist Justin Chambers returns to let us know when you'll need to break out that umbrella. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. 8:39 is your time right now. This is our next weather maker. You can see this line of showers and get those thunderstorms. You can see those lightning strikes right there. Cumberland over toward Hagerstown. Still taking its time to get to Frederick right now, but this is what's going to be moving in within the next couple of hours. This will be kind of round one on our showers and storms that we'll deal with throughout the day today. And we may have to shift into a weather alert in terms of what's going on later this afternoon. So overall, sunglasses for now, but make sure you got that umbrella ready to go just in case you run into some of those rain showers. And good news for our yards and gardens. We're going to get some more rain from Mother Nature. Temperatures staying in the 80s through the afternoon. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
In today's consumer news, if you're looking for a new vacation spot, stick with me, Meg. What about a trip to outer space?
I mean, are you going?
If you go.
Girls Trip space flight company Virgin Galactic launching its first 2 commercial space flight ventures this summer. In just a few weeks, Galactic 1 will send up 3 crew members on a 3-day mission to conduct research in microgravity. Then in August, Galactic 2 will launch its first private astronaut flight. That's the one we can think about.
That's ours.
Monthly space flights will begin after Galactic 2. But if you want to be on board, you're going to have to come up with about $450,000.
It's on your dime. It's on your dime.
Yeah. Could a Mercedes be your new best friend?
Well, the car manufacturer is collaborating with Microsoft to launch a software update featuring a voice assistant powered by ChatGPT. Starting June 16th, the Hey Mercedes voice command will be available to have more complex and natural conversations on anything from directions to dinner recipes. And they're going to remember those interactions. 900,000 customers who currently have the MBUX vehicle can start to take part in the beta program for this feature.
And another new virtual friend may also be joining your household. Amazon's Echo devices are getting a Disney-themed makeover. 2 companies have announced a new voice assistant for select devices called Hey Disney. Hey Disney. The feature comes with 20 personalities and voices from the world of Disney, including characters from Star Wars and Pixar movies. This is the first time an Alexa custom assistant has launched on select Echo devices in customers' homes.
Well, up next, one amusement park celebrates a sweet anniversary. Stay tuned for your last chance to win tickets to Hershey Park.
And if that didn't make you hungry, this sure will. A streaming service serving up some delicious dishes in Hollywood. Be More Lifestyles host Mark Clark is going to be joining us with all the delectable details on this. 8:42 now on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. It's a great idea, Mark. "100 years ago today, the very first roller coaster called the Wildcat opened at Hershey Park. Now, a century later, there are 15 coasters, which is the most in the Northeast, by the way. So hold on to your seats. For all you thrill seekers out there, we are taking you live to Hershey Park, where Amanda Polyak, the manager of public relations, is joining us live. Amanda, you are standing in front of Wildcat's Revenge, the third generation of the Wildcat.
Yes, good morning, Megan. I'm joining you from right in front of our all-new hybrid coaster, Wildcats Revenge. It just opened 2 weeks ago, already to really rave reviews. It's such an exciting and thrilling ride.
What does it mean that it's hybrid?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So it's our first hybrid coaster at Hershey Park. Hybrid essentially means it's the best of wood and steel. So we took the wooden framework of what guests may remember of our 1996 Wildcat, and we added a steel track to it. So it really creates a smooth yet intense experience. You climb 120 feet in the air, you plunge 82 degrees, you go through 4 inversions, which is brand new for this coaster. And what we've actually heard from guests is that the inversions are incredibly smooth. So you feel like you're actually floating in the air, which is something unique to our coaster collection here at Hershey Park.
Have you been on it, Amanda?
I have. Yes, it's so much fun.
What you just did right there,
that
is the reaction. When you get off the roller coaster and it is that rush of, oh my gosh, that was crazy. And you guys continue to give that feeling. Hershey Park is growing. Obviously, we're talking about a new coaster there. This goes into other rides as well. What's new this year?
Yeah, well, of course, when you come to Hershey Park, you have to enjoy some food, and our food team really goes all out. They leaned into the theming of Wildcats Revenge. So I love to say, hit up Wildcats Revenge right behind me, and then we actually have a Revenge-arita for guests 21 and older. So if you need to take the edge off the new coaster, you can get a margarita. We have a new coaster dog, our famous king-size shakes, one's inspired by Wildcats Revenge. So we continue to grow the park from a ride standpoint, but also from a food offering as well.
Oh my gosh, Amanda, we are now looking at Wildcats Revenge there. I think I'm watching the 120, was it 120 foot incline?
140, yeah.
140, oh my gosh. All right, and obviously water park's still an option too as we move into those summer days. Let's talk about tickets because this might be the time to get them. You've got a deal going on.
We do, yeah. So as you had mentioned, today is a historic day for us. Exactly 100 years ago, our first coaster opened. So we have a 100 years of coaster ticket offer on HersheyPark.com. You can get 2 one-day tickets for $100 if you purchase before June 21st. And then those tickets are valid any day this summer. So if you're a thrill seeker, you want to come hit up all 15 of our coasters, now's the time to buy your ticket.
Amanda, thank you for the sneak peek out there. I know doors are getting ready to open here later today. We appreciate your time.
Of course. Thank you for joining us.
So Amanda mentioned a pretty sweet deal. Why don't you enjoy some sweet summer fun in Hershey Park on us? Just a short trip away. And guess what? You can go for free. The 10th caller will win a 4-pack of tickets that are good up until September 10th. Call now. The number is on your screen. It is 410-469-8308. The 10th caller again will win 4 tickets to Hershey Park. Incredible deal.
Awesome. That was their cue. Yeah. That was their cue. Well, we've got to get a check of the weather today. I mean, you want to have great weather when you get to Hershey, but, you know, today might not be the best day for that.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers with when the rain hits and when it clears out.
Yeah, it's a great point, Taylor. Meg, good morning to both of you. And yeah, what we're talking about is those showers and the thunderstorms that are going to be rolling through as we head later into the day. The morning is fine. Our Bromwell Seltzer Tower clock is on time. Love to see that. That means it's going to be a good day, despite the fact that we have some rain. And rain is good. We definitely need that rain, as dry as we've been. And we're definitely seeing it here in Western Maryland. Notice that lightning strike counter is down to 0. So we had some lightning strikes earlier this morning with this line. Now it's mainly just that light to moderate rain that's getting a little bit closer to Camp David, just to the west of Taneytown and parts of Carroll and Frederick County at this time. When you pull back a little bit farther, you can actually see a few more of those thunderstorm and those lightning bolts down to the south. But again, as we get more of this kind of moisture moving in, that atmosphere stabilizes. But what's going to happen as we get later into the day today is we get what we call daytime heating. We talk about that. It's summertime, and numbers are going to get to the upper 70s and lower 80s and heat things up as we have these dual areas of low pressures. Looks like 2 turntables as we're spinning them around here this morning, but that is going to be moving out, the first one. And then the second one with that cold front associated with that, that's going to push through later this afternoon and evening, giving us enough instability in the atmosphere, which could spawn some thunderstorms. And that is why the Storm Prediction Center has us under a slight or a marginal risk depending on where you live. Eastern Shore counties, we're talking to you in Kent County, Queen Anne's, Talbot, Caroline, and Southern Anne Arundel County under that slight risk for severe weather, which is 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. The marginal risk for the rest of us is a 1 on that 1 to 5 scale. Now, as we go into the top of the hour at 9 o'clock, we'll get an update from SPC and we'll find out exactly if those colors or those areas change. This is 11 o'clock this morning. So again, we're dry for the next couple of hours, but here comes that first line of showers and possible thunderstorms into the noon hour as well through about 1 p.m. Another round of those showers into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. So we'll get some time in between the showers and storms to kind of heat up the ground, and that's when some of those storms could fire. But right about 6 p.m., most of the activity's done except for this little piece, this little thing wants to just kind of slide right down here about 9, 10 o'clock this evening. So just because you're about to go to bed and wrap things up for your Friday, just know you still could see some leftover showers and storms. There's Hank the Bird. Good morning, Hank. Yeah, lower 70s here next hour with 80s on the way for the afternoon. Hank will be taken covered with his feathered friends and some of the trees here with those showers and storms moving in. And we're drier and cooler tomorrow. Actually, we're a bit warmer, I should say, but we're breezy on Saturday. Upper 80s for both Sunday and Monday into Juneteenth and for Father's Day. And then we're actually cooler for the first day of summer next Wednesday. Time to take a look at a view through a window. Thomas sent this picture, and that is Casey the dog. I like Thomas's mug. The older I get, the more I realize I like animals more than people. That is so well stated, Thomas. So thank you for that shot. That's a view through his window, and we love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or scan that QR code on your screen.
Alrighty, trending now, Netflix is taking its content from the screen to the table.
And another streaming platform is cutting ties with a Crown content creator. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark joining us live in studio with more. Mark?
That's right, guys. Streaming giant Netflix is opening a pop-up restaurant in Los Angeles later this month. Chefs featured on Netflix shows like Chef's Table, Iron Chef, and Is It Cake will create dishes for the restaurant. Diners can try all of the delicious food, but they will not be able to meet the chefs themselves. The pop-up is located at a West Hollywood hotel. And another streaming news, the deal between Spotify and Arkwell, the company started by Prince Harry and Meghan, is coming to an end. The report says it didn't produce enough content to receive the full $20 million deal. This means Meghan Markle's Archetypes podcast will not return for a second season on Spotify. 12 episodes were produced with Markle and guests featuring discussions on how society can hold back women. So what do you guys think? Is that a shocker?
I'm surprised because I thought there was so much hype around it. What do you guys think?
I thought they thought there was so much hype around it, to be honest. No shots.
That was a shot.
But that's clearly what ended up happening. And the fans can still listen on other platforms.
You know what's interesting? I think there's no doubt that like you said, originally I think this was like, ooh, amazing what they did. People are, but then it seems like it lost steam quickly.
Agreed.
And the marriage, the new king, all that caught fire. Yep. And they were kind of left alone in America without a show.
Oh, well, that's how it goes.
Good luck.
Hard to be a princess and a prince.
Not anymore.
Apparently.
Wow.
Coming up in our next hour, chow down with us on some colossal blue crab cakes. Casamia stopping by to help you save on seafood this summer.
And another furry friend from Maryland's SPCA visiting us here at Fox 45. Stick around for some paw time.
You know what it's time for now?
Oh, it's time for a coffee break.
Yeah.
Tapping your morning business report, eating your meals earlier in the day might improve your health. A study conducted by researchers at New York University found that eating most of your daily calories in the first 8 hours after waking up could help prevent weight gain and high blood pressure. Researchers found just 1 week of eating at this time window could reduce unhealthy changes in your blood sugar. And speaking of health, the COVID-19 vaccine may be getting a recipe change. A panel of FDA scientists advisors are recommending a change to the vaccine's formula. Right now, vaccines produced in the U.S. still contain the original coronavirus strain that sparked the pandemic. Advisors now believe the new shots should only protect against the new variants that come from a branch of Omicron viruses named XBB. The FDA, however, still needs to make a final decision and decide on what strain the vaccine could target. Plus, a new study finds that cutting the amount of time you spend on social media can reduce your anxiety and depression. Researchers from the University of Iowa State found that limiting time on social media platforms to 30 minutes per day can notably decrease anxiety and depression in young adults. Analysts found that students who use social media for only 30 minutes each day have lower levels of loneliness, depression, and anxiety compared to ones who didn't. Experts recommend curbing social media by scrolling and being mindful and setting some boundaries around your time. All right, now it's time for us to get over to America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Noki.
I'm so excited. I've been looking for this product my whole life. I want to introduce you to the VersaBoard. This is so cool. It has a little stylus pen, magnet. You're never going to lose it. So you have a grocery list, chicken, potatoes, and you go on. If you decide that's not what you want, you erase it. But what's so great is you can throw it in your purse, take it to the grocery store. Also, if you want to write a little love note to your kids or your hubby, you just say, love you, mommy, and it stands on the counter. You just flip this up and they can see it when they walk in the door and they'll think of you and you'll think of them. But my favorite thing, I'm going to erase that, is my husband who forgets everything. When I'm out of town, feed the dog. And I know he's going to go in the refrigerator. So I put feed the dog and I slide my stylus pen right in there and I put it on the fridge. I know he's going in there for something. So he is not going to forget to feed the dog. I just love that it's not messy like a whiteboard. Those things, the pens dry out, they get ugly looking at the end. So I think the stylus, the attachment, the magnet, you can put it on the counter. Right now we're offering 25% off the VersaBoard. Head to asadeals.com for this amazing exclusive offer.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Oh, it is a good day. It's a good Friday, June 16th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. I'm excited to talk about the weather, even though we're going to see some rain. We need it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
You're absolutely correct about that. We are about 9 inches below average for this time of year, so we've been so dry, even though we've got a couple of days here and there where we've had some rain. That's going to be the case again today. However, we could see some thunderstorms as well. This is the time of year we start getting into warmer afternoons, and you get some of that instability in the atmosphere, and that's what could fire up some of those thunderstorms. So looking at our Towson cam right now, notice we're dry still, but we've been tracking this rain that's been moving into western Maryland, getting a little bit closer there to Carroll County, but still hanging out in parts of Frederick County. Hasn't quite made it to Frederick yet, but you can see that line of those showers. Not a lot of lightning with this. It's mainly just that kind of moderate to heavy rain at times. That goes back through Martinsburg, West Virginia, but we'll be tracking that for the next couple of hours, and that's going to be just round one of a couple of rounds that we'll deal with throughout the afternoon into the evening time. So boaters and watermen, now is the time if you do need to get out on the water, because those showers and storms move through at midday, and then that small craft advisory picks up late tonight through all the way into tomorrow morning and afternoon, as that wind is really going to be starting to be stronger behind this system. We'll top out at 83 today. And again, some of those storms could be strong to severe at times. So we're monitoring whether or not we need that weather alert day. And we'll let you know if we shift into that weather alert coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and no major incidents right now, but we do have one, and that's 295 south, right just south of 95. Police activity there. There's one vehicle involved, not causing too much of a slowdown there, but just be ready if you see the flashing lights. That's what's happening there. Now, if you want to drive down the JFX this morning and getting off of 695 and cruising down 83 there, well, it'll take you 9 minutes with no issues to get all the way down from the top to President Street.
we're in a lot of trouble. And it's leadership, lack of leadership. But we can do better.
Happening today, the NAACP is kicking off its second day of the education conference to address outcomes in Maryland.
And the civil rights group is calling on public school leaders to improve what it calls the critical status of African-American students, saying that the current education of black children statewide is dreadful.
Shannon Lilly joins us this morning with the preview. Shannon.
Well, like you said, this is the second and final day of the NAACP's two-day conference, and the focus today will likely be on trying to find solutions to this problem, because the NAACP has said that is their goal with this conference, and if solutions are not found by the end of these 2 days, they may have to take further action. Remember, all of this frustration is stemming from the hundreds of students who are underperforming, yet still being given degrees without the basic skills. And look at this right here. In Maryland, the two lowest performing school districts are Baltimore City and Prince George's County. Those are two districts with the highest number of African-American students as well. So in Linthicum Heights, Maryland's NAACP is bringing state and local educators together for this conference. It's the first of its kind, and yesterday marked day one. The NAACP inviting representatives from every school district in the state to come to the table in search of solutions. But just 7 of the state's school districts sent representatives yesterday. The state superintendent was not there. In fact, of the state's 24 superintendents, only 1 showed up, and that's the new superintendent over Baltimore County. We spoke with her. Take a listen.
I think some solutions have to do with increased hiring and also the curriculum and instruction that we put in front of our students. I'm excited to go to the rest of the sessions and find out what else they have to offer.
Of course, we will also be monitoring the rest of the session today to see what solutions they're able to come up with and also who shows up. It may be difficult to come up with solutions when many of the state's school leaders are not even there. Reporting this morning, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
9:04 now. The civil rights group cites a number of issues in local public schools, many exposed by Project Baltimore. In fact, earlier this year, they found 23 schools where 0 students among those tested were proficient in math. You see the list right here. Project Baltimore's Chris Papp spoke on that.
That is an alarming stat. There's another 20 schools in Baltimore City with 1 or 2 students who tested proficient in math. And the NAACP has said in their statement that the school-to-prison pipeline, this is something that we've been talking about for decades in America and in the media. We're in 2023, and because of stats like we just talked about, they're saying the school-to-prison pipeline is still here. We're still talking about it. We got to end it.
Now, the concerns raised by the NAACP have also captured the attention of civil rights attorney Ben Crump. He recently spoke with political commentator Armstrong Williams about failures within the education system.
First, you got to make sure people understand the problem, because they got to see it as a problem before they start to try to solve the problem. But if they put their head in the ground and say, there's no problem here, then we will never, ever get to solving the problem. That's the first step. Let's admit that we have a problem with the education system in America and how it's leaving a lot of children outside of the American dream.
Now, Attorney Crump is currently part of a lawsuit against Baltimore City Schools that was filed by city residents Giovanni and Shwanda Patterson. The Pattersons claim the city is misusing tax dollars because students in the public school system are not getting the education they deserve. That brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe Dr. Sonia Santelises needs to be replaced for city schools to improve? So far, 96% say yes. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote, tap the Pulse tab to participate.
But at the end of the day, if we have to haul them into court to make them do the right thing, we will do it.
Developing this morning, 8 Baltimore City community associations threatening legal action against BGE over its fleet of new gas meters being installed all across Fells Point, Pigtown, Mount Vernon, and other parts of Baltimore City. The group says BGE sent letters threatening to cut gas off of service if homeowners do not agree to the construction. The group also says the external meters are unnecessary when similar meters already exist inside the homes. Dhruv Vignaraja is representing the community associations.
And so if they have an infrastructure investment, even if it's not necessary, even if it'll destroy historic properties, even if it's unsafe, even if it's being put in place over the objection of residents in countless neighborhoods, they want to do it anyway because they get to add a surcharge to your bills.
In a lengthy statement from BGE, the company writes that it cannot comment on pending or threatened legal action, but says that it's modernizing its gas infrastructure to enhance both safety and reliability for its customers.
Earlier this year, the city of Baltimore entered into a controversial agreement with BGE. The agreement gives the company broad control over the city's conduit system. The deal was pushed through by Mayor Brendan Scott despite opposition from other elected leaders. This happening despite city residents overwhelmingly voting on an amendment for the city to maintain control of the conduit system back in October of 2022.
Developing elsewhere, for the first time this year, the Baltimore City Council used its new powers to move money around during the budget process.
Leaders decided to cut $1 million out of the budget proposal from DPW. The council decided to put that money toward making upgrades to facilities for DPW workers. Fox 45 News spoke with Councilman Yitzi Scheifler on the move.
Morale is a very important thing and a big problem at the Bureau of Solid Waste. And so when the workers see that their government is working for them and the city council is prioritizing them, I think that they're going to look at this and say, you know, that it's a new day in Baltimore City and it's going to attract more people to come work at DPW as well.
This morning, we're following wicked weather out west. Now, several tornadoes wreaked havoc in North Texas last night. There are more than 220 severe storm reports overnight, including 7 tornadoes that just look at the destruction it caused here in Perrytown in northern Texas. Now, this is what they're waking up to this morning. At least 3 people were killed, 2 still missing, and dozens others injured.
Oh my God. Tornado just went in town. Tornado just went through town.
Now, this tornado was initially forecasted as an EF0, but escalated to a level 3, catching many residents off guard.
It looked like people were just having to self-rescue themselves. People were climbing out of rubble. You know, there was the fire nearby. It was just a really, really horrible scene.
According to officials at a local hospital, they've treated between 50 to 100 patients with injuries ranging from cuts and bruises to collapsed lungs and even broken bones. Well, now to Abbeville, Alabama, where you can see that dark cloud overhead and the damage there in that area. The National Weather Service not confirming a tornado touchdown, but the region was under a tornado warning at the time. Whether it was an actual twister or not, strong winds appear to have split trees and damaged buildings in the area. And much of the same in eastern Tennessee, where the National Weather Service is confirming a tornado EF1 touchdown in Cumberland County. The twister packing 95-mile-per-hour winds, and authorities say thankfully no one was hurt here. But the storm did knock out trees, power lines, pulled roofs off of homes and buildings, and caused other damage throughout the area. Well, take a look at this, though, out of Howell, Minneapolis, not far from Detroit. An onslaught of hail impacting residents there, multiple inches in some areas. Now, we'll keep you updated here on the latest on wicked weather throughout the country. Back to you. Actually, let's go ahead and get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for looking at what we're expecting here.
Yeah, exactly right, Taylor. You know, you and I were talking about that. It looked like snow there in Minnesota. That's actually hail that piles up. I've had that when I lived in Colorado, too. It was like 4 or 5 inches off the ground. It looked like you had a snowstorm, but that was just all hail there. We could see some hail today. No lightning strikes that we're seeing right now. This is what's going on in western Maryland, but you can see this line of showers that continues to roll through. Earlier this morning, there was a lot of lightning with this same system, but as we head later into the day, we'll have a better chance of picking up some of those stronger thunderstorms that will be possible. So we're in a potential weather alert day for today. Drier weekend is ahead. So once we get through today, we'll see those conditions dry up for tomorrow. We'll be in the mid 80s, plenty of sunshine and breezy, and then upper 80s coming in on Sunday for Father's Day. AFRAM Festival weather looking great at Druid Hill Park both tomorrow and Sunday as well. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Justin. Maryland Governor Wes Moore announcing his Safe Summer initiative. Coming up in our next half hour, a breakdown of the plan and our questions for the governor.
Plus, in your international news, Russian officials are claiming Ukraine's counteroffensive is failing. Still ahead, we'll tell you about the latest updates on the war in Ukraine. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, we're learning U.S. government agencies were hit by a Russian cyber attack, a massive one, including Johns Hopkins here in Baltimore.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us from the Capitol this morning. Now, Kayla, who was all targeted in this?
Well, good morning. So Homeland Security officials have confirmed the Department of Energy, the Department of Motor Vehicles, and several other federal agencies were hit, along with several hundred companies and organizations within the United States, such as higher education, Johns Hopkins, like you just mentioned, and also Georgia State University system, both impacted. Now, the U.S.'s top civilian cybersecurity watchdog saying the Russian hackers exploited a file transfer program called Move It. U.S. officials are working to find out the extent of this impact, but they do say the damage to government agencies was not expected to be great. Now, the Russian gang allegedly responsible is known to demand multi-million-dollar ransoms. So far, no reports of ransom demands being made of federal agencies. U.S. officials say they don't have evidence the gang was working with the Russian government on these attacks.
Well, Kayla, speaking of the Russian government, price caps on Russian oil appear to be having an intended effect, according to U.S. officials. How is this impacting Russia's ability to fight Ukraine?
Well, Tom, the Treasury Department says it's having a sizable impact, crediting the cap put in place by the U.S. and its allies for the 50% drop in Russia's revenue from oil. This is important because oil is Russia's main source of funding. It's how they're paying for the war in Ukraine. Along with the cap on oil, the U.S. and its allies also hitting Russia with thousands of additional sanctions in an attempt to cripple its economy as a consequence for the war. These other sanctions target things like technology and imports on Russian manufacturing to make up for the loss in state revenue. Now, the Kremlin placed a new tax on oil companies. The U.S. sees this new tax as a marker of the cap's success. Tom, Taylor, back to you.
Thank you, Kayla. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins from Capitol Hill. Appreciate it. All right, now let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at our full weather authority forecast.
Looking outside right now, 395, and you can see the Charm City tanks there on the left side of your screen. We've been pretty dry here at Baltimore City and County for the morning time, but we've been tracking that rain that has been moving in to western Maryland. Even eastern parts of the state and the eastern shore got in on some of the rain and even some of the thunderstorms earlier this morning around parts of Talbot County and over to Caroline County as well. This is what it looks like right now on our HD radar with the heaviest rain, the moderate rain really from Hagerstown all the way back toward Hancock. Starting to move into Thurmont right now and actually picking up some heavier rain showers in Gettysburg. This is just to the west of Carroll County, but just to the north and west of Taneytown, you're starting to see a few of those showers. And kind of the wider picture here shows this line of showers, but not as much in the way of lightning. Notice those lightning strikes are actually going down, and the further south you go, that's where we'll see more of that activity with the lightning, while it's just mainly rain that is moving from the northwest into our area at this time. But as we get into the later part of the day, we'll get some of that daytime heating. A couple of areas of low pressure here, then some unsettled weather is what we're looking at, especially as that cold front moves into that warmer air. Now, the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center basically keeps everything the exact same that what we saw and we've been saying all morning, with those areas in yellow under a slight risk for Kent County and Queen Anne's County, Caroline and Talbot County down through Dorchester, even in southern Anne Arundel County, which includes Annapolis, under that slight risk for a storm today. That's 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. The rest of us under that marginal risk. So here's a look at your hourly future scan, taking you through 11 o'clock this morning. Some heavier rain and storms to the north of the Baltimore region, so north of Cockeysville up into Pennsylvania. Then as we get into that noon hour and about 1, 2 o'clock, that's when more of those storms develop. In fact, the latest model run now showing more of it south of Baltimore City. So Annapolis down into Laurel, out into the eastern shore across the Bay Bridge. And then another round in that 5 and 6 o'clock hour that's going to be pushing right through Baltimore City and County. After that, we'll see a break, but look at this about 9, 10 o'clock. Most of the model runs keep showing up with this little line of kind of leftover activity pushing through for tonight. And obviously, when we get into the thunderstorms at night, that's when you have to be extra careful because you just can't see what's going on out there. So that's why it's important to get that FOX45 mobile weather app and get those push alerts sent right to your phone. Hank the Bird, yeah, not too excited about hanging out under the trees today because some of those storms will be around, but upper 70s and lower 80s for your high temperatures. Hold off on the car wash. Saturday and Sunday, you'll be great. Green lights for sure, but if you get get the car washed now, it's just going to get rained on. You'll have to go back and clean it up again tomorrow. But this weekend, looking good to get the car cleaned up for Dad. Here's a look at that future scan again, kind of the wider picture. There are those areas of low pressure in that cold front pushing out of here by tomorrow. Now we'll get a drier northwesterly flow in on Saturday. That's going to drop our humidity and also pick up that wind speed. As we take you to Saturday afternoon, though, plenty of sunshine, and Sunday also looking great. In fact, even warmer with this ridge of high excuse me, the ridge of high pressure that's going to be moving in as we get into Sunday afternoon. Even Monday for Juneteenth is looking good at this time. So here's a look at your holiday countdown. 2 days until Father's Day. We're just 3 days out from Juneteenth, 5 days until the summer solstice, and now exactly 80 days until Labor Day. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. 83 today, mid-80s tomorrow, upper 80s on Sunday and Monday. And then those numbers are actually coming down as we approach the first day of summer next Wednesday.
All righty, let's go ahead and check your traffic now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Taking a look at some live cameras throughout the Baltimore region, and there is some volume picking up. Not much, though, just a little bit on the bottom left-hand of your screen on Frederick Road. But for the most part, things are moving smoothly in your 9 o'clock hour.
Developing now, Governor Wes Moore announcing he is reintroducing the Red Line Transit Plan. Now, that's a massive project to connect the east-west corridor through Baltimore with a price tag so far not being revealed. The Red Line was a consistent campaign promise as Moore ran for governor. He calls it a cornerstone of his plan to leave no one behind, providing easier urban access for Baltimore's surrounding communities.
This city has hundreds of thousands of jobs, but people cannot access them easily. They understood that we have some of the best colleges and hospitals, museums and theaters in the world, and they're all difficult to get to. They understood that our economy is stable but not dynamic, and that our GDP has been falling behind cities like Washington and Philadelphia and Boston for years.
Is hoping to get the project up and running by this fall. His announcement comes 8 years after former Governor Larry Hogan killed the light rail project in 2015, which at the time was slated for just under $3 billion. The federal government had committed to covering almost $1 billion.
A recent Maryland poll reveals what residents think should happen if you get caught with a stolen firearm. In our next half hour, the governor's response to Fox 45's questions and what this means moving forward.
And the Corvette's 70th anniversary is actually coming up next week, and we are surrounded by 17 Corvettes here in Pikesville this morning. We'll give you a look at some of these beautiful cars in just a couple of minutes.
Fox 45 News, nominated for 26 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other local news stations combined.
9:24. Make sure you fasten your seatbelts. Take a ride with the Corvette Club.
Oh, I like that. They're celebrating 70 years of Corvettes today, and you can learn more about the luxury sports car. Amy Aronson's live in Pikesville with
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. It's Friday, June 16th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and you just said something to cap off this last half hour. What was it?
Cats and crabs.
Cats and crabs. That's right.
What we got left.
Don't want to miss Colossal Blue and Casamia's crabs. We're going to be showing them in just a little bit and how you can order those and what it's all for.
Yes, and also then the pet segment of the week, the cat.
Not at the same time.
Different things.
Yeah.
And then I was trying to bring in the C word for the weather.
Chambers.
Yep, that's me.
Yeah, it doesn't go with the cat.
I just don't understand why my wife wants to not bring me to Casamia's. I mean, I've lived here for 2.5 years. We haven't been there. I don't understand what her problem is.
That's why we brought them to you.
Yeah, look at that.
Right.
See that?
All right. They've had it, and I haven't. They've had it, and I haven't had it. So, all right. Here's our look at downtown Baltimore. Good morning to you, our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Clouds are definitely around this morning. You can see the Charm City tank shot right there. Tracking those rain showers, and you can see them on your HD radar moving a little bit closer. You can see Hanover, PA, just in the very western parts of Carroll County, starting to sneak in and around the Frederick area as well. More of those showers that are going to continue on this first line of showers and a couple of storms. Out for a run or a jog next couple of hours. Yeah, you're probably going to be fine between now and I'd say 11 o'clock, but then start starting to get some of that rain rolling in. Now, we'll be drier tomorrow and breezy with mid-80s and then warmer on Sunday, looking at upper 80s with plenty of sunshine. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
And we are going to make the choice to act on public safety in a way that is robust, in a way that is strategic, in a way that moves with an urgency that the issue demands.
Developing this morning, Maryland Governor Wes Moore saying the state is ready to deal with crime this summer.
Now, he's announcing the Safe Summer Initiative, which he says is a new approach to addressing the violence in the state, including Baltimore City.
Shannon Lilly joining us this morning with a breakdown of the plan and our questions for the governor. Shannon.
Well, of course, public safety is top of mind for many Marylanders. And so with this Safe Summer Initiative, the governor says Well, of course, public safety is top of mind for many Marylanders. And so with this Safe Summer Initiative, the governor says he and his administration will be taking 3 approaches to address public safety here in our state as we move into those summer months. And we're going to pull up those approaches right here on your screen. They include providing resources and support that law enforcement needs, building stronger and more vibrant communities, and coordinating across all aspects of government. Now, before outlining this plan, though, Moore was very critical of the prior administration, led by former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. Moore says the violence seen now was triggered mainly by many of that administration's policies.
Gone are the days when we strain partnerships between state government and local elected leaders. I'm data-driven, and this approach is backed by data.
Now, the governor's plan also wanting to address the root causes of crime, a somewhat holistic approach to public safety. So after his announcement, our teams pressed Moore about his plan and whether he believes it's soft on crime, like some would argue. Listen to his response.
What it's saying is we're both going to focus on addressing the crime that we're dealing with right now, making sure there's real accountabilities for those who violate the law, but then also making sure that we're creating pathways so people aren't violating the law in the first place.
Now, the governor says increasing funding towards law enforcement is also a big part of this plan, with $122 million in funding already, and more than $17 million of that going to Baltimore City alone. Reporting this morning, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Shannon, thank you. Gonzales poll out just this week found an overwhelming majority of Marylanders believe that getting caught with a stolen firearm should be a felony. You can see support almost 90% there, and that support is spread across all demographics and party lines. Fox 45 News pressed the governor on this as well.
Why not support anti-crime laws like felony charges for those with stolen guns?
Well, to be clear, our administration has been very aggressive when it comes to addressing public safety, where we said public safety is our #1 priority. But let's be clear, when you're talking about sentencing adjustment, that means the crime has already happened. We've also got to focus on making sure the crimes aren't happening in the first place. We've got to focus on getting these illegal guns out of our communities and out of our streets, and not just focusing on how are we sentencing them when a crime has been committed with them.
Well, following the Gonzales poll's release, Maryland House Republicans issued a statement calling on Democrats to support their proposals on crime. Among them, a bill that would make stealing a handgun a felony. The others include the Violent Firearm Offender Act and the Repeat Violent Offenders Act. Those would have made the use of a gun during a violent crime a felony and increased fines or prison time for repeat firearm convictions. The only bill targeting criminals this past legislative session made the maximum penalty for an illegally possessing a firearm uniform. It raised the misdemeanor sentence for up to 5 years for those who are 21 and older. Well, the NRA is suing Maryland over Senate Bill 1. That was the first one introduced this session, the Gun Safety Act of 2023. It restricts where legal wear and carry permit holders can bring their gun. Scheduled to take effect October 1st, but a similar law in New Jersey was blocked by the courts.
Making headlines this morning, we are getting multiple reports that the son of Baltimore Ravens legend Ray Lewis has died.
28-year-old Ray Lewis III played college football at Miami, Coastal Carolina, Virginia Union. His brother reportedly posted the news to Instagram. As of this morning, there's no cause of death.
Well, this morning, Russian officials are claiming Ukraine's counteroffensive is failing.
And Taylor Stewart is joining us from our live center with the latest on the war in Ukraine. Taylor?
That's right. That claim by Russian officials being counteracted by reports of steady gains with Ukrainian soldiers reclaiming lands near the front lines. It comes after 3 people were killed, 3 others wounded after a drone attack in Ukraine's eastern region. But Ukraine needs more weapons. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky making that plea to Swiss Parliament on Thursday. Meanwhile, the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is in Belgium for a NATO securities meeting. He's advocating to send more artillery, more firepower to Ukraine, telling allies to dig deep for additional aid while pledging continued support from the U.S.
Ukraine's fight is a marathon and not a sprint. So we will continue to provide Ukraine with the urgent capabilities that it needs to meet this moment, as well as what it needs to keep itself secure for the long term from Russian aggression.
The head of the UN Atomic Energy Agency visiting Zaporizhzhia, the nuclear plant in Ukraine. Now, keep in mind, this is the largest nuclear plant in Europe, and since Russia seized control of it last year, it's lost power 6 times, forcing the country into the dark. The head of the Atomic Energy Agency warning the situation there is serious as power outages, shellings, even kidnappings of Ukrainian plant operators continues, further escalating the risk of a meltdown there. He said that ensuring water for cooling is a top priority of his visit. That's the latest from the Live Center.
All right, Taylor, thank you. The College Board and the State Board of Florida are at a stalemate over a high school course. After the break, why the board is refusing to modify the course content to comply with Florida's new state rules.
Highs will be in the 80s today, but our weather authority team tracking the storms that are headed our way for your Friday afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how severe our next weather maker will be and when things will dry out. 9:37, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. .40 on this Friday morning and developing now. The College Board in the state of Florida are at odds again over the content in another AP high school college credit course. This time, subject psychology. Florida asked the College Board to modify its AP psychology course to comply with Florida's new state rules prohibiting discussion about gender identity or sexual orientation in public schools. But the College Board is refusing, saying it stands by the current course design and that restricting college-level content will result in the course being rejected by most accredited universities. Spokesperson with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' office did not respond to immediate requests for comment.
Trending now. Graduation ceremonies are taking place all across the country, and this morning we want to give a shout out to some local grads. Take a look at this. This is Kai J, who graduated from Cristo Rey High School and will be attending Clark Atlanta University in the fall. Congratulations, Kai J. Good luck come fall. And check this out. Graduation, not just for the high schoolers, it's also for the kids. This is Austin looking all dressed up for the preschool graduation, now heading off to kindergarten. Huge. Congratulations. Nice picture, too.
We want to see how you're celebrating the 2023 graduating class. You can scan the QR code you see right there on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures, your videos. It's all powered by Stackla. Well, it's Friday, and that means we have a positively adorable friend joining us this hour. Still to come, we'll introduce you to this cute little kitten and our pet of the week.
But first, a local restaurant is giving back for Father's Day. After the break, how you can show your support and participate in such a great cause. See, we promised crabs and cats.
There you go.
9:42 now on Good Day Baltimore.
$9:44 on a Friday morning. You can support a local restaurant as they are giving back to area students and families in need this Father's Day weekend. Casamilla's is partnering with My Neighbors Foundation. For every crab cake that you buy, money goes back to the community. Mark Nichols, owner of Casamilla's, is joining us to share more. First of all, happy Father's Day.
Oh, thank you very much. To you as well.
Yeah, we need to talk about what Casamilla's started and the man behind it and the man that makes, you said,
yeah.
How many crab cakes is he making?
I mean, he's been doing it for 47 years. My dad's 79 years old. He's at the restaurant at 7 o'clock every morning making every crab cake that comes out of there.
That's just incredible. I mean, talk about Father's Day and setting you up. I mean, so that means when is he going to pass the crab cake handle over to you?
If he goes on vacation, I make him, and I'm in the process right now of training my 5-year-old daughter, Anastasia.
There you go.
On how to put it together.
That's a good father right there, because you learned when you were like 8 months old, you know, so she's going to learn too. Yes, all right. Well, that's good. So you guys have, first of all, Colossal Blue, which you can ship crab cakes anywhere. I mean, it's incredible. I've actually used Colossal brew. Sent them out to my sister in Colorado. Also sent them out to our weatherman a few years ago when he was in Tennessee. So he really appreciates the crab cakes. You're known for your crab cakes. What are you doing, though, for the community?
So we ran a promo last week for Father's Day for free shipping. We decided that we got such a great response, let's do it again. So we're offering another promo for today and tomorrow, free shipping when you use FOX45 FAN.
Oh, right.
In our colossalblue.com, colossalbluecrabcakes.com website. We ship Maryland cream of crab, crab cakes, crab balls, and we partner with My Neighbors Foundation, which is a great organization in northern Baltimore County that gives back and helps out students in need. Right. So for every crab cake we ship, we're going to give $1 to them just to help them out.
And tonight, right in Parkton at your location right there, you have a lot going on.
We do. We have live music tonight. We try and do it a couple times a month. So we'll have a concert outside tonight from 8:30 to 12:30. And then we paired that with a lot of great Father's Day specials. We got a 24-ounce porterhouse tonight. Put it on with a crab cake, and it's great. Got great bourbons, great beer selection, great happy hour, 3 to 6 every day.
You can walk in and walk out with a bourbon too, right there, because you have the dry package store in location. So crab cakes, dad, beer, bourbon, Casamia's. It's easy right there, and you're giving back to the neighborhood. Thank you so much.
We're trying. Thank you, Tom.
We appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. Happy Father's Day too. Now, speaking of going over to somebody. Justin, you had one of these when you were in Tennessee years ago. What did you think?
It was unbelievable. And all my coworkers were like, who is this guy who sends you crab cakes and why are they so good? And that's because of Tom and our buddies there at Casamia's. So thank you so much for that. Great Father's Day plans. And yeah, we have some showers and even some storms we have to get through here for today before we get to Father's Day. Good news is Saturday and Sunday both looking great for the weekend. Today is the day where we'll have some unsettled weather that we have to get through. So you can see here on our Towson camera right now, keeping the cloud cover around. We're not really seeing the rain here in Baltimore, but just a little bit farther to the west. Already starting to see that sneak in to parts of Westminster, over to Taneytown, up into Manchester. We're seeing that as well. Not really much in the way of lightning, just a little bit of that heavier rain. And this is all part of that larger system. So there's the leading edge of it right now, starting to move up toward York, PA. So this is going to be crossing the 83 corridor and the 95 corridor within the next hour or so. All part of this next weather maker, and basically two separate areas of low pressure. We got this coastal low right here, or this surface low. That's going to be hanging around over our region. And then we've got that upper level low coming out of the Great Lakes along with that second cold front. That's going to push in. We get the daytime heating. That's when we get some of those thunderstorms to develop. Still a marginal and slight risk for our storm outlook. And this is from the Storm Prediction Center. Eastern Shore and that slight risk, including Anne Arundel County on the other side of the bay. That's southern Anne Arundel County, but that includes Annapolis and then all the rest of us under that marginal risk. So just be aware and stay weather aware today. When thunder roars, head indoors. This is what it looks like about 11 o'clock this morning. More of those showers and storms to the north. A bit of a break through midday, and then right about 2, 3 o'clock, another round of showers and possible storms developing. Most of the models keep this thing a little bit farther to the south of Baltimore City, but all of us are going to see at least some of that rain and some of those thunderstorms as well. And now 5, 6 p.m., developing more of those storms around Cockeysville and Bel Air. So it's going to be an unsettled day. There's no doubt about that with those showers and another round of storms possibly by 9 p.m. So that's what we have to watch for coming through into the evening time. Just thinking, all right, cool, we're done with all this, but we're not going to be. It's not going to be till the overnight hours when we're actually seeing that rain and those storms move out of here. Probably not the best day to hang by the pool. If you do, or if you're ever by the pool, especially when we have storms around, you got to get indoors when you hear that thunder. You don't want to be around water, and especially you don't want those kids around too. Now, we have the sprinkler cast, and I had it between a yes and a no yesterday. You could probably water the grass if you'd like today, but Mother Nature's going to help out, especially as we get more of that rain rolling in over the next couple of hours. And upper All right, welcome back. It's 9:55. We're still dry here in Baltimore, but we're seeing more of those showers that are coming in from the west. So that's going to be changing up, and this shot will be different in the next hour or so. So 83 for our high today against showers and storms. We're breezy tomorrow, less humid. That'll be nice. Mid-80s. Should be a great summer-ish afternoon, and then upper summer 80s on Sunday. Afram Festival weather looks great. It looks a little warm there on Sunday, obviously, but then next week we're actually going to be cooler as we transition to the first day of summer, and then we heat up that first weekend of summer next weekend.
Yay. Happy Father's Day to Tom this weekend. Enjoy.
Right, yes.
Get a new tie, maybe?
Yeah, I hope. New tie and new socks. You know, just told me what.
I'm the father of a dog.
That counts too. Happy Father's Day, Justin. That definitely counts.
Daddy, yeah, doggy day.
Okay.
Doggy daddy day.
I'm not sure. Okay. All
You've
right.
got crab cakes.
We'll roll with it.
Thank you.
I'm taking these. I'm taking these.
Yes, for
Okay.
sure.
Jess needs them.
Jess